Hello, everyone, and welcome to part 2 of Seasons of Death Autumn Best of Intentions, a Night's Black Agent solo ops adventure. And I'm very excited to have you all here. Thank you for sitting through that sort of tech excitement that happened. It was a coordination between the Stream Deck and OBS. Sometimes these things get nervous and they get scared and then they just like, no, I can't handle it, and they quit. But I think it's because they're just too excited about what's going to happen tonight, which is going to be pretty epic. I'm actually very excited for this myself. What is happening, everyone? We are playing a very cool game. It's by Pelgrane Press. And it is made for, so Night's Black Agent is actually a larger full-person system that they have using Gumshoe, and they made a solo version of it for one player, one GM, and we are playing that, and I'm playing it with one of my favorite people, who's very awesome and very cool, and there are evil, you may have noticed that I've changed the title. We're giving it an actual show title, Seasons of Death Autumn, and there are reasons for all of that, which Greg does not know, but will maybe learn at one point in time. You know, maybe. We'll see. It might be a surprise. And so let me see. If you would like to support us, which you can always do, thank you very much for doing so. You can do so by watching the show, either live or on Memorex in the VOD on YouTube. You can also retweet that we're live so people can come and find us. You can tell your friends. You can join our Discord and chat with us. You can give tips or bits, in which case I will read those messages out at the intermission and at the end. You can also, if you like, become a member of our Patreon, which is at Academic Foxhole, and those funds go to pay for the cast. And we have a special tier, which is a $200 tier, and that's for somebody who wants to be a sponsor. And that person will get, whoever one of our sponsors are, will get a special shout out in our credits and a shout out now, and that is going to happen. And our special shout out is for Willen, who is our bookkeeper and our note taker for City of Light and Shadow. And if you have the special tier, you also get an ad in the intermission made by us, very special. And there's going to be an ad because I am pretty certain, without a doubt, that we will need one more session for this, which will not be next Friday because I'll be camping in the woods, but the Friday after that, I'm pretty sure, and that is when we'll get our special shout out to Will and ad-wise, which will be a Night's Black Agents appropriate ad. So please be prepared for that, which I'm excited about. But also we have a special giveaway. We have a very special giveaway. Pelgrane Press was very, very kind to give us a discount code for $10 off of Night's Black Agent Solo, which you can redeem on their their excitement. But we'll do a drawing for that code at the intermission. So, as long as you're chatting, once we get to that intermission, you will be entered in for that. And I think that's all of our pre-show things before we get into our more official sorts of stuff. So I would like to, if you don't mind, introduce myself first, because I want to give Greg a little bit of extra time to answer the questions that I'm going to ask him. I am TrooperSJP, and I will be your GM, your director for today. I am happy to be here. I'm especially happy to be playing this with somebody who I think is actually just one of the coolest people, one of the kindest folks. And oh no, Roller, I was not reading notes. I'm ready to take notes. I need to take all of the notes on everything that Greg says for reasons. Yes, and Greg is a kind person with a good heart and great musical taste. And it is a creative player and a wonderful GM, and I really enjoy spending this time. And so I'm just happy to be here. And if you don't mind, could you introduce who you are, who you're playing, and then I'm going to have to ask you just a couple of questions. You know.
Sure. Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody, first off, I'm so super excited to be here. I'm so glad that to jump back into this wonderful, horrific, and terrifying world that Trooper has created. I'm so happy that somebody out there is going to get a chance to experience this world. The Trooper introduced me to this entire system. I absolutely love it. Having played in a lot of systems before, this one is very user-friendly. It's very narrative. It really lends itself to storytelling and really kind of just sitting down, and even if somebody hasn't experienced RPGs before, saying, hey, you want to fight some vampires? And like 15 minutes later, you're going to be fighting vampires, which is really nice and really fun, and exactly, in my opinion, what a lot of RPG should be. Anywho, my name's Grimjack Greg. I'm going to be playing Quinton, Archangel Gabriel, a former military ops specialist who has taken on a different life path in middle age by picking up a new occupation of vampire hunter.
Yes. So I did have a couple of questions I wanted to ask you before we reminded our audience and everyone else of some things. So I needed to ask you some descriptions.
Oh boy. Okay.
Yeah. So I want to start off with Sinclair. Oh. Yes. Quinton, if you don't mind, I think I would appreciate a good, thorough description of the Sinclair that you've been speaking about. What does he look like? You encountered him in a crypt in Istanbul, you said? Did you?
Yeah. He's tall, lanky. He stoops a bit, so I'd say if he was standing straight, 6'4", 6'5". Longer, thin blonde hair. Young, looks young. Maybe 24, 25. But he's not young.
I see.
He wasn't young.
Any distinguishing marks?
His skin was it wasn't pale, it was clean, clear, unremarkable in its perfection.
Yes. This leads me to ask you for a second description, if you don't mind. From my notes here, you had a colleague who was the one who gave you the location of the hostage. That was no hostage after all. It was instead Sinclair in a crypt. This colleague of yours, according to my notes, was named O'Rourke.
O'Rourke.
He didn't go on the mission. He had a cold. Yes.
He wasn't field ops. He was just an informant. Ours. His He was in country and on site, but he never went with us. He knew the local populace. He knew where we needed to go. His intel had been perfect to this point.
Could you describe what he looked like?
About 5'8", rough complexion, brown hair that turned red in the light. He usually had about 2 weeks worth of growth on his face, a beard. He dressed well, but not in a suit. He was a button-down shirt, in a rain jacket a lot. Nondescript.
How old would you say he was?
I never really knew how old O'Rourke was. My guess is late 30s, early 40s.
Now, Quinton.
Yeah.
We have some unfinished business from our last session. We were speaking about your family.
Yes.
You do have, well, about their murder. Sinclair. Why do you think he did that?
He was bored.
It seems like a lot of business to track you down. From what you've told me, he was in a crypt, perhaps asleep, or I don't know what. I wasn't there, I think. Did you wake him?
We were told that there was someone was kidnapped. They were down there. We were to get the person that was kidnapped and eliminate the kidnappers. That was our job. That was what we were tasked with. When we got down there, he was there. He was on us before we realized that we had ended lives with mistakes.
I think the thing that seems interesting to me in this story of yours is there are a number of small bits of your memories that I can't access. I mean, that you have not yet told me in one of our sessions. Breaking open the door, a seal, perhaps.
We had to breach it.
Yes. Tell me about this door.
Heavy. It was stone. Or it had stone elements to it. It had ridges along it, and it's where Smitty packed the C4 along the joints and the hinges to weaken it, to blow it inwards. We didn't know how heavy the damn thing was, so we went in hard.
The hinges, you said, the hinges. Stone, the door, the hinges, were they wood?
They were recessed. Smitty was the closest one. He just asked for the go-ahead. I don't think they were wood.
Well, they're symbols.
The ridges, maybe.
Maybe. What was
I think so.
he wearing when you encountered him inside this crypt?
I just saw white. He was moving so fast. He was the only white in this dark place, and that's the only way to track him or where my brain would tell me he was supposed to be because my eyes couldn't keep up.
Linen, perhaps. I suspect you've thought about it. I imagine
Every day.
Has it occurred to you that perhaps you freed him onto this
Not then,
world?
but maybe now.
Imagine it.
There wasn't time to think then.
No. You were set up.
Yes.
Were you set up to free him or to kill him, do you think?
If somebody sent us there, there's no way. And if they knew what was there, there's no way they could have believed that we would have killed him.
So perhaps you were set up to free him.
Maybe.
Which means that perhaps you went through a door that he could not exit without your help.
We were following orders. We didn't do anything deliberately.
Orders. How exactly did this chain of orders go down?
Depending upon who the section chief is of the region in which we are called and summoned, once we're deployed, we receive information either via an intermediary between the section chief and where we are in country. Once we receive our orders, they have 48 hours to rescind or change them. Once those 48 hours pass, we go radio silent until the op is completed.
Do you think O'Rourke had spoken to your section chief? I mean, have you wondered where these orders came from?
O'Rourke was our informant. He had no direct contact, to our knowledge, with the rest of the agency. That's why we used him. He was ours. He wasn't a gift from someone else. We knew him.
Who else knew that you knew him?
Nobody. I'm sure there are people that could have put us together at various times, but no one outside of that world.
I have to ask these questions because these are these missing questions with missing answers. The order of events. Someone was kidnapped. You got word to rescue the kidnapped and kill the kidnappers. Terrorists?
Whoever. They just referred to them as the ones that had taken the ambassador's daughter. Did I mention that?
I think I read it somewhere. Perhaps.
Okay.
When you heard this, did you go to O'Rourke to find their location?
He contacted us. We told him to keep his ear to the ground. We knew he was active in the area. He would hear. He would know. It was his city.
Yes. Yes, that makes sense. Did you ever... Oh, I suppose you wouldn't have. No, I remember from my notes, I think. It was all a whirlwind afterwards. Confusing. You didn't find her, the ambassador's daughter.
No. There's no sign of her. We didn't have a lot of time to look, but...
difficult sometimes to know the difference. Yes. Do you ever worry about your living family?
I don't have any living family.
Oh, come now. That's not true.
We can't talk about them, Doc.
No, it's just us here. It's a safe space.
No.
Nephew.
If you talk about them, Doc, they can hear.
I'm not certain they can hear where we are at this moment.
They can hear everywhere.
Yes, I suppose that's true. I suppose no place is safe, really, from them. You know there are others.
There are always others.
Are you worried at all?
Not for me. I need to follow the thread.
Where? Let me ask you this. You say you need to follow the thread. But, why would you do that if you've killed Sinclair and everything is finished?
Because there are always more. They can do the same thing. Sinclair is just the start, the one that turned to ash, Sinclair.
No, Sinclair didn't turn to ash. The other one turned to ash. Sinclair turned to mist, you told me.
Well, the one that turned to ash, and then Sinclair, and then there'll be another, and another.
I think you're worried.
About what?
That you're missing something.
As long as I have the thread, I'm not missing anything. You can follow a thread, like in a fairy tale.
Yes. I think we keep moving to stay safe. What do you think about this reporter asking about you,
They can't stop. We have to follow the thread. The rest of the world doesn't understand there like we used to be before we found out. They won't understand. She's saying something about, I'm a human trafficker. I can't convince her I'm not. And if I show her what I am, she's as good as dead.
Are you going to meet with her then?
I have to try.
Scare her off?
Without making her more interested. Yes.
But that wasn't the most eventful thing from today, was it?
No.
Last night, I suppose. What time?
Thing in the Devil's Tomb.
Yes. The thing in the Devil's Tomb.
The Alchemist.
Or something like it. What do you think it was?
I don't know, but there was a car that was interested and it ran off. And there are still those buffoons that were trying to tether it.
Yes.
so much. Could you help? Could you go find them and I'll go talk to the reporter?
It's difficult. It's difficult. I have sometimes a hard time with the details. I sometimes have a hard time remembering the difference between you and I.
Then we can just work together. There doesn't have to be a difference.
Perhaps.
If we're together, we can work together. And there'll be two instead of one.
Are there two, or is there one?
We can talk. There's two if we can talk.
Yeah, yes. I suspect that I'm dreaming, and you're a figment of my imagination. Or my guilt. When I read what happened to you, I think of my failures as a therapist. I think I should have done a better job to get through to you. If I had gotten through to you, then perhaps you wouldn't have murdered your family. And I think that I'm probably just thinking about that, what I read in the papers, and I imagine you're just a fantasy in my mind, and that's what I'm thinking.
You do wake up, maybe check.
Yeah. It's strange. My dreams have so much in my dreams when I speak with you. It's so vivid, and there's so much information and things that you did not tell me in sessions. It's strange. This you that I'm speaking to in my dreams, this you that haunts me, you seem violent when you tell me of all these places you've been, when I see all these places you've been in my mind, in my dreams, but I do not think you killed your family. It was in the papers, though, but it doesn't make sense to me. I don't think you did.
I was there 2 days.
Yes. It doesn't fit the profile. I don't think you would have done it. They said you did, though.
But they let me go.
You were already gone. In your own way. But I couldn't work with you anymore. You'd left. I couldn't find you.
I had to go to ground.
There was something off about the story, though. I did go searching for you.
It's dangerous. Can't do that, Doc.
Yes. I asked around. I asked your boss. Other people. I wanted to know where you went. So maybe
Don't try to find me.
Maybe I could help you.
You can help me if you, when you wake up, maybe learn about the reporter.
Yes, yes. Perhaps. I'll see what Wait. You've got that book with you, don't you?
The one that with the half-baked cult.
Yes, yes. I think you've fallen asleep while reading it. I think that's what you've done.
Should I wake up, or?
Yes. I think you should. think when you wake up, I wake up, perhaps. If you are even real or just a phantom haunting me. My guilt, perhaps.
You have nothing to be sorry or guilty for, Doc.
Don't we?
I don't know.
Quinton, I don't think you remember my name.
I remember your face, Doc. It's not enough.
I don't think I remember my name. But I remember yours. Isn't that odd? Here, in these dreams, our session. I think I'm supposed to say it like that. Yes, I think I should perhaps wake up. Yes. Quinton, please remember that break you had. 2 days. It's in the records, you know. They handed me your file, classified. It says you killed them, that you had a psychotic break. Delusional. Dangerous.
Don't believe it, Doc.
They wanted me to sign off. I said I wouldn't without speaking with you. They said that was impossible. I don't know. Something's wrong, though. I think I
Maybe
should.
we can figure it out here.
Maybe.
I'll try to learn some more and I'll bring it here.
Yes. There's something in a dream, something missing. There's something missing. If you find it, you should... Something's missing.
Oh, bring it back to us.
Yes. Something... I'll think on it. The next time we have our session, I will see if I can remember what it is. I should wake up now.
Stay safe, Doc. And he pinches the doctor.
Strange. I imagine I felt that. In a dream, you shouldn't feel things like that, should you? Let me ask you, do you feel this? And the doctor places my finger right there on your forehead. It's cold.
Yeah.
Strange. I should write down lucid dreaming. I should look into it. Perhaps it's only been a second or so, but you are in that safe house of yours. There, with a book. We know that you are taking time so that you may refresh yourself. I assume in this taking time you also read the book? Is that so? Study it?
Absolutely. Some? He would look that over. Make sure that his weapons are clean. The general kind of falling into the routine of battle breakdown and battle prep, replenishing any thing that he has used. He didn't fire any rounds, so there's nothing that has to be done in that avenue. he just makes a habit of making sure that his gear at least is at 100%.
Weapons, yes. What was the name of that weapon of yours?
And he would pull it out. He would bring out this, more than anything, it's like a twisted piece of metal. It has elements of what could have been tarnished gold or bronze. It's very light though. It has an ease to it for something that looks as chunky and bulky and kind of warped as it is. It has a very fine edge that seems to have been created from the same pressures that made the warping, the same stress, and perhaps just a little bit was given to sharpen and hone the edge. The handle itself is like a twisted S. It's more twisted like a pipe cleaner, and not just like a two-dimensional S. It has 3 dimensions to it, as it almost looks like a helix. And the handle of it, and the whole blade itself, is fat, like a butterfly knife for someone that would be a practitioner of kung fu, a butterfly sword, I should say. And the handle is wrapped in pristine white linen, kind of wrapped and pulled across. And as he pulls it up and looks at it again, kind of transfixed, he drops into it. He can almost see where who he is calling the alchemists, what remained of the alchemist's lips, touched both sides of it the evening before. As he's looking at it, not in an answer to a question, but in almost like an homage, the beginnings of a prayer, he would say, "Sisteroth Golgothas."
I'm giving this a card. I'll make it sort of a more final card at some point. This is an edge. And this edge is this weapon, sort of a blade of some sort. And this edge is also a shadow edge, which means it increases your shadow as long as you have it on you. Which, well, isn't that a thing?
Awesome.
You have quite a bit of shadow on you right now, don't you? If I recall,
I believe that is 3.
It is 3. Do you know what's a bad number to have?
I think it's 5.
5 is a terrible number to have. 3 is also a bad number to have. Now, what's interesting about these sorts of stresses is that if it were an injury, you could heal yourself. If it were heat, you could lie low. But how do you get rid of shadow? How do you do that? It's a question, isn't it? Perhaps a question you should figure out the answer to at some point.
To recap a bit, outside of the narrative, Trooper, the shadow that I currently gained was from the initial dream with the person with the red eyes, and then the dark thoughts. That was the cemetery one, right?
Yes, that you yourself might be half dead, perhaps.
Right.
It's not just it's a dark thought that somehow resonates outside of your body. Strange.
He's going to unless there's a role that he can make to kind of intuit more than what Greg is guessing, Quinton is going to attribute those dark thoughts to the alchemist. That there's a relation there that either needs to be resolved or ended. So
perhaps it could be that. It could be that. Or whoever might have tried to get the alchemist, perhaps. There's something there.
The cultists,
Perhaps. But
the
they're
book,
buffoons.
unless somebody sent them there.
Yes. Perhaps finding them would help.
The car.
The car. Though the cultists did not
Recognize it.
No. And then there was those rats watching. That was strange.
They had an audience.
But did they know it?
Mm-mm.
Strange. This book, The Goat Path. What do you have there? I believe you have some details. Let me see. Yes. There's
Zero.
Yes, Zero. It's the person who wrote it, yes? Oh, what does it say here in this book? It says there's a section in here that's autobiographical. Yes, you remember the whole thing is sort of a strange mishmash of different texts all layered upon each other. It's from 1938, Italy. This Ciro says here that he was educated by Jesuits in his youth in the, what does this say here? In the 1840s, which means he must have been in his 90s when this book was first published. Interesting.
There's a picture on the book, isn't there?
Yes.
Of a young, it's a young man, isn't it?
Yes, he must have been vain, putting a young photograph of himself.
Would he have had a photograph when he was young?
No. In the 1840s? Oh, I don't think so. I do remember Civil War photographs. That's the 1860s. So
They don't look like this. And he shows the jacket again.
No, they don't look like that. Strange. Maybe it isn't him. Maybe it's someone else. Oh. What is this here? There's a biography. Yep. Oh, I think you might be interested in this. Of an alchemist called Sycora. Sykora. 16th century alchemist. No. Looks like all of this biography was mostly copied from some other book on Sycora. Oh. Looks like here that this Sycora, it is claimed, discovered the secret of immortality. That's interesting.
Vial.
Wonder what they mean by immortality. What they mean by that. Oh. This is strange. What is that? That makes no sense. It says here. How does that make sense? Well, the tomb is old, I suppose. Yes, what's this thing? Johannes Sycora. Yes. This is the one who was for the court of Rudolph II of Prague. Oh. It says he was seeking the wine of eternity. As an alchemist, he was trying to create the wine of eternity. I wonder what that means. He was trying to purify something, refine it? It says he traveled to the Carpathian Mountains and vanished. Strange. No, this is odd, though. It says here, Archangel, that it discusses the Devil's Tomb, this book, from 1938. It says it discusses something inside the tomb. Tell me if this makes any sense to you. It says that within the tomb... No, that's the wrong translation. You're good with languages. That word, death is like an empty drinking vessel. Most people drink from it at the end of their lives, find it empty, and perish from thirst. The enlightened, however, fill the vessel with the wine of eternity and make death into a servant, a soldier, and a teacher. And so, upon death, some people fill their vessel with the wine of eternity. And then it says here that Sikara created such... What is this? The writing's hard to read. That he created such an empty vessel out of one who had left the family of the enlightened. What do you think that means?
He had created one. Created somebody. The alchemist in the Devil's Tomb, if that's the mentioning.
Yes. The empty vessel. That Sikara created an empty vessel left in the tomb by filling it with the wine of eternity. But he created he created the vessel out of one who had left the family of the enlightened.
The court of Rudolph II, they were privy to such things, promoted to seek such science.
Perhaps. Strange. One who left the family of the enlightened. Well, if the enlightened are... so... humanity, we're enlightened. He created an empty vessel out of one who left the family of the enlightened. Maybe he created this empty vessel out of...
one of them?
Perhaps. That's... So if the enlightened are filled with the wine of eternity, they can then live forever. But he created an empty vessel out of one who had left. Strange. It says here that such a thing, such an empty vessel created from one who had left the enlightened, would be an assassin of sorts, perhaps, would be immune from the influence of corruption? I don't know what that means. What do you think?
We need more answers.
Yes. It seems, though, that this Zero had been studying or seeking more information about this Sikara, but quite odd that this Zero knew about the alchemist in this tomb. Strange. What do you think? What were those cultists doing? Do you think they knew what they were doing?
No. I think they were trying to bind or parlay. They were attempting to call something to figure out this path to the wine of eternity, this enlightenment, this cheating of death. They didn't know what they were doing, but they may have stumbled onto some more answers. Somebody was interested in what they were doing, interested enough to watch, whether it was the car, the rats, or they were one and the same. They had drawn enough attention to draw me.
Here's a question I have. The book is self-published. So, how do you think they got a copy of this?
I could ask.
Strange. Yes. There seems to be something here. Did they... But you saw him. He wasn't one of them, a vampire.
No.
No. But what was he, and what were those strange fluids in his body?
They looked as if they were keeping him alive.
Yes, but what were they?
They were old. There wasn't much left in them.
How do you think this Ciro knew about this creature? This assassin?
I think he was there.
Strange.
Ciro could be one of them.
Do you think? But this writing is amateur, but ridiculous. You know, cribbed from different people from different times. Seems. If they were one of them, they'd know much more, don't you think? Maybe they wouldn't.
Unless they were using it for something. The book itself was a tool.
Perhaps. To fool the unwary. You did
Simple
get a
enough
sense.
for them to understand.
Yes. I remember you said that you got a sense that there was something underneath, that there was so the overarching idea of sinning bringing you to eternal life, but something a bit deeper buried underneath. Yes. Yeah. Oh. Look at that. The sun is rising. Oh. No, you have a little bit more time, don't you? Oh, there's still a little bit of shadow in the air. What does that sound? Do you hear that? Do you hear that?
Do I? Oh boy.
It's like a scratching sound at your window. As if there's the flapping of wings beating against the window of your safe house. Yes, you do hear it. Yes. I wonder what that is.
If he's not already, Archangel's going to wake up.
There's the sound of wings flapping at the window of this safe house.
He would pull the MP5 that's kind of just beneath the sparse mattress that he has out and immediately roll over as he begins to push him back to the wall and then kind of crabs up as he's holding the gun at the ready, pointed directly at the window.
It's still dark out. Quite dark. You think you see a bat trying to get in. And as you roll over and you look at it, it sort of lands on the sill outside of your window and it stares at you.
Is it by itself? Is it like a normal sized bat?
It's a normal-sized bat.
He's going to approach the window then.
And the goat path, that book, sits where you left it. And this bat, on the other side of this pane of glass, is watching you approach.
He puts his face down, so it's just the bat, the glass, and his face. And he goes, and backwards in Latin, he writes, "I'm here."
And this bat, all black fur, that sort of has a bit of a strange sheen to it, chitters. And it flies off into the night. But it seems like a small bat, nothing large. And you see that it circles above the building before it leaves into the darkness.
Archangel will gather up his stuff because he will not be returning here.
What do you do today? By the way, that sort of disturbing moment for those of you who are in our audience is part of the blowback that you get when you sit on quite a bit of shadow. But I wonder what it meant.
Keeping that in the forefront of his brain, he needs some help doing something else. He'd like to call upon Robin. And Greg's not sure how this works, but I need Robin's help. I need Robin to help me find Helen Slane. She seems to be super active on her socials. Let's use that to our advantage.
Yes. Now, I'm just writing up some skills for you for Robin at the moment. Robin, at the very least, has research and traffic analysis. I would imagine Robin also has photography. That makes sense for Robin, which allows you, of course, to do analysis on images and photographs. I think that makes sense. And I would also say, because we did discuss this about some sort of aid, not much, however, mechanics and network. I would say network 1, that says 2, and mechanics 2. Those, I believe, are, at the moment, Robin's skills. There might be one more. Yes, I think Robin also has notice. No. History.
Now, this is me asking a question specific to the mechanics, Trooper.
Mm-hmm.
I know that with Robin having these basically extra aids for me, I'm assuming that once I employ one of these specific skills in between my downtime, I can't kind of spam Robin. I have to, once they use it, I would have to I couldn't use it again until, or
no. As long as you have access to Robin, you can ask Robin for help on those things. Robin has the access to many things out in the world. It does not have, these are things, I mean, Robin, of course, is a bit, focused. The kinds of things that you would need as an operative. And a good operative, of course, does need to know history, because that helps you with the conflicts. Research, traffic analysis, photography, can help you with networking, tracking people down, mechanics, these things. That should be not any sort of issue for you at all. Let me put this up here. So you can ask. Now, I will note that you may sometimes be you might want to ponder the danger you might bring Robin into depending on what happens.
Correct.
At least the connection you have to Robin. But you certainly, as long as you have access, subterranean tunnels might be difficult. Certain moments might be a bit rough in those ways, but generally speaking, you should have no problems getting access, and you can use those skills as you would.
Then here's the question that he will ask Robin. We have several courses of action in front of us, and this is Archangel could make his own decision. He could go and you know, and he knows that, but at the same time, he needs that camaraderie between Robin and himself to remind him that they are a team, that he has a team, not that they are a team. He knows they're a team, that he has a team. And so his question would be percentage of best lead to follow. Should they go after Helen Slane? Should they try to find the car? Or should they try to find either the cultists or the alchemist? So those three separate things: cultist, alchemist, the car, or Helen Slane.
Before, as I am making sure this, I know that Robin is working on this. I just want to check. You feel as if Robin is a team member?
Yes, they're my partner.
You do know that Robin is a Gestalt AI, yes?
Aren't we all?
I worry, about you.
Don't.
I sort of can't help it.
Robin's never led me astray.
No, I suppose not. Not at the moment. Robin is currently tabulating. Yes.
All this time he's going around, he never really unpacks, but he's basically deploying like a rucksack and kind of throwing everything in, the kind that also has like the backpack strap, so you can have just a large pack, and he's just putting together the essentials. He is off to somewhere else.
You're not going to come back here, I suppose. Not after it saw you.
Too much traffic.
Yes. I will note that you have the troublesome reporter. You're being chased by a reporter who wants a meeting with you. If you don't take the meeting, then at the end of the scenario, swap this card for badly burned. That is waiting for you. It seems as if we have a tie between Helen Slane and the black car. The Gestalt has calculated that both of those places have even possibilities.
Then he would talk to, and again, any discussion that Archangel has with Robin is conversational. It is not orders. It is not talking to a machine or an AI or something. That this is a peer talking to a peer.
All right, Robin, let's maybe get the reporter off our trail quick. Maybe even get her out of here. And then go get the car.
Robin, through traffic analysis, is able to accessing transportation records, traffic and security cameras. Yes, that's the skill, by the way. Robin does not have history. Robin has electronic surveillance. That is the
oh,
other
my
skill.
dearest Robin.
Not history. Electronic surveillance. Is able to get you a note of where she is right now. She is currently, we are in Europe, where they have quite a lot of traffic cameras. She is currently at a small cafe. sitting out on the patio, and this is a cafe she seems to go to somewhat often. It was one of the places you saw in her Instagram account. You know how it is, the Instagram. And Robin is able to tell you that she is currently right here, at that moment, at that place. It's not actually close to where you are, but it's not that far. It is not such a place where she can see you. It seems it's not that far, according to Robin, from a sort of like a hostel. Odds are high that she probably stays there.
He's on his way there.
As you move through the city, after having taken time, you make your way, and the city is it's the daylight, and it's bright. It's autumn. It's sunny. It's warm. It's not yet a chill in the air. It's pleasant. And as you make your way through, and you can see tourists wanting to see if they can figure out where the Budweiser brewery is, and all of these sort of places, you make your way to this small little cafe. And it is one of these cafes that you see. You've seen so many of them in Europe. Sort of small on the inside, but a nice sort of outdoor area with lots and lots of tables with those big umbrellas, sort of providing shade. And you see this woman, and she is sitting, sort of blonde hair, and she's got her nose buried in a tablet. And she very quickly pulls out her phone and takes a picture of her lunch. I suppose it's brunch at this point in time, really. It's a bit too early for that. All right, sort of just noting it, and a little selfie with her brunch. And then she's got like a messenger bag, and she's got a bunch of things with her, and she's maybe taking a lot of notes.
With a roll, am I allowed to ask Robin if there is a way to essentially, I don't want to say hack, but override her socials and perhaps disable her cell phone or her phone number?
So that she cannot communicate?
She cannot, yeah.
Well, that would be a mechanics test. And to get that, you would need to spend a push, since you would be using Robin to help you do that.
Absolutely, I want to do that.
Please, you have 3 pushes, spend it. And this is a quick test of a 7. How many dice do you have in mechanics?
2.
You may roll 4.
Nice. Roll number 1.
Roll number 1, a 5.
Roll number 2.
A 6.
There we go.
Yes. Now, this was a quick test, so you don't get a push back. But
Right.
Very quickly, Robin goes out and then just basically disconnects her access to the outside world. And you notice that she doesn't seem to notice right away. Right? She seems to be sort of composing something or other. She's got a camera by her. She's got her phone. She's got her tablet. She's got like a messenger bag. She's got 2 cups in front of her. Not as if she's had a guest, but more like she's been drinking more than 1 cup of coffee somehow.
Right.
She is smoking French cigarettes, Gauloise. And just like working, checks her watch a little bit as she continues working. Now I'm going to ask you, because there are options here. Do you want to confront her, or do you want to conduct surveillance? And that might take all day. Do you follow her about? We can do both, of course.
Let's ask Robin. I know what Greg wants to do, and Greg's not going to flavor this conversation. So, Robin, should we confront or should we surveil? Again, I have my own decision. So if we have a tie again, I'll make that. But
no, of course, you can always do both.
But I know we have some heavy duty Gestalt members of Robin that even during Colas give me great ideas, and that is why Robin exists, because I love you all. So whatever you all think, let's do that.
And as you sit there, and what do you say to Robin? And I imagine you've got like a probably like a a microphone, right, that's up against your vocal cords, so that you can contact with sub-vocalization so that people cannot hear you, but Robin can.
He would, again, it's very conversational. So the initial question would be posed, do we surveil or do we confront her? I don't know. Being quick, maybe get her out of here before she falls into something that's too deep. But then again, who knows what she's done to get here, or who she's working for. She's supposed to be with the London Times, I think, is who she. But and again, it's that kind of conversation that stream of consciousness that by somebody that has not had 2 cups of coffee and not nearly enough sleep, as he just drifts away a bit with Robin. And to that point, everybody, I think I would probably be listening to Take Me to Church on playlist.
The Gestalt believes that you should surveil Helen before you confront Helen.
Then that is exactly what he would do, keeping the vocalizations going as he agrees with what Robin has to say. He would simply pull his hood up and follow her.
She sits for quite some time. It's not, but before I tell you more about this, I do have a question. Where do you park yourself when you surveil people? What is your process?
He gets it in his head that he's not surveilling anybody. That while keeping, it's almost, they often say that when a hawk is looking for prey, it's also flying. It's also having fun. It's also riding the thermals, sometimes carrying it away from a piece of prey that it sees because it's enjoying the flight. And I think that's Archangel, that he's walking the streets of Prague, not just hunting, but living for a bit. And in doing that, he looks like he's supposed to be there.
I'm going to need you to make a roll, my friend.
Sure.
Surveillance. Your advance number is 10 for this one. Now, I believe you have the edge, suspicious car.
I do.
In which case, you get a +2 to this roll. Now, I'm going to ask you another question. You can get another +2 to this roll if you take time. If you really let yourself take the time, let this be sort of an all-day affair. I will also note that you have a -1 for every shadow that you have, which currently is 3. So, if you don't take time, you're currently at a -1, and your advanced number is a 10.
So I'd be rolling 4 dice with a -1.
2.
We're rolling 2 dice with a -1, and I can Oh, wait a minute though. If I have surveillance, I'm rolling 2, right?
That is correct.
And then my edge is 2 more.
Not 2 dice, but just a +2 to the roll.
Plus a plus. I'm sorry, just a +2. Just a +2.
Mhm.
Okay, so
But
that
you
would
get a
take it down.
-3 because of your shadow.
So that would take it down to.
Mhm.
Look at me falling. He's going to take the time then.
So you're going to spend all day, right? Just like really sort of holding back and not rushing it, spending all day following her. Which is
Following, yeah, and following Robin's lead. Robin's suggestion was.
That'll be a total of +1 in order to do this surveillance. You need to get a 10.
And can I?
Yeah.
Do I have the option to pull in another ability?
You would like to stunt?
I would.
All of your abilities are currently, all of your general abilities are currently all refreshed. What would you like to pull in?
I think I would like to pull in disguise just to add to getting a little bit closer. Just be able to
cover. You mean?
Cut right.
Yes.
Yes. On this, yeah. So this is just basically,
Yes.
This is the Assassin's Creed.
Yes.
Yes. Walking with the holy people.
Absolutely.
So that would be, I get to roll 4 now with a +3 with a +1.
Yeah, 3 with a +1.
Okay, 3 with a +1. Okay,
and
let's
your
do it.
cover now is -1 die.
Okay.
6 for your first die. With a +1 is a 7. 5. That, my friend, is a 12. You have made your advance with 1 die left over, which gives you a push. I'll just hand that out and give you another push, which you may need. I'm gonna just note.
And cover is reduced to 1. Okay.
Cover is reduced to 1. Now, this is very interesting. Let's talk about what this is like for today. So, she sort of sits there. She seems to be waiting, perhaps waiting for you. But you don't show up, at least as far as she knows. And she gets up and she starts going about her business for the day. And you follow her through the city. She goes many places, actually. She's a busy, busy woman. It's fascinating. As you follow her, what you notice is that she is heading towards a number of banks. And you see her go to various banks around the city, go inside. She's in there for some time. She comes back out, taking notes. She comes back out and she takes she takes notes a little bit on her way out. And then she goes to the next bank, and then the next bank. And then she goes to a couple of different financial institutions, insurance. She goes to the MCFR, which is the Czech Ministry of Finance. She's in there for a little bit. Now, because you have access, and I imagine this is a thing that if you had, you could probably tap in through Robin with electronic surveillance. She seems to be trying to trace cash flows, right? She's trying to track, she's doing some sort of tracking funds. She's trying to sort of follow the money, and it seems when you pick up, because you've tapped into her phone, she seems to be trying to figure out where money is going from a place called Musil and Sons. This seems to be that what you're picking up in her data, that because you can see her sort of typing these things in. She seems to be trying to figure out something about this place. Now, I'm going to also, because you took time, you spent all day with her. You go back, you follow her back to the hostel. She's there for a couple of hours. You don't know when she's going to leave. But then in the evening, she does come back out, and she leaves the hostel that she's in. And she heads back to that cafe. You know, the one where you saw her in the morning, where she's, again, waiting for a meeting. But is this meeting with you? It's unclear. I'm going to give you, my friend, an edge. You get an edge for that. Let us see. Where are you? Here we are. Let me hand this edge to you. If you would read it out loud.
Absolutely. Sorry, I covered my Zoom with Roll20.
I should take Robin away at the moment. Oh, do you still have Robin with you?
I always have Robin with me, but technically not activated.
Because, you know, when Robin's activated, that means Robin is a bit vulnerable to things.
Right. So, yeah, we're definitely not having that up. The edge reads, ahead of the game, you're one step ahead of your foes. Discard to suppress your shadow score by 2 for 1 scene. Oh.
Now, that seems like a really good edge. I wonder what happens for you to earn that. Oh, I know. So,
I don't already have it?
She is waiting for someone, to meet someone. She's waiting for a little bit. It's now night. It's a little brisk. And you notice it. Remember when I said you get a +2 if you had that edge card, suspicious car? That suspicious car pulls up and parks. Hey, how are you, by the way? Are you all right?
Right as the rain.
Interesting. You know, a man steps out of that car. That car with dark tinted windows, expensive with German plates. A man steps out of that car. He's 5'8", about 5'6", 5'8", something like that. I'd say, I'd guess. He's kind of rough complected. He's got sort of brown hair that you can see a car drive by, and the light of the car, it's got a bit of a reddish tint to it. He's got about 2 days worth of hair growth, beard, you know, a bit of a stubble. Wearing a button-down shirt and a rain jacket. Looks to be in his maybe late 30s, early 40s. O'Rourke steps out of this expensive limo and sits across from this reporter woman. And you can see them talking. Sort of an animated discussion. She seems to be frustrated or irritated, and he seems to be placating. And she seems to be insistent on something. You're not quite certain what. And he pulls out a folder, a manila folder, and he slides it across the table to her. And she opens up this folder and she looks inside, and there are a number of seems papers in there, some photographs. Looks like a fairly thick file of, I mean, you can't really tell from where you're at so well, but it looks like business papers, perhaps. And she sort of looks at them and she nods. She sort of seems to ask this person questions, and O'Rourke sort of shrugs, asks her some questions. She seems a little frustrated by this moment. And after that, he gets up to leave, and she stands up to, like, maybe stop O'Rourke, pulls out her notebook and asks a few more questions, and he just sort of waves off. And he gets back into that car and drives off.
Okay, throughout that conversation, any identifying marks on that car? I couldn't see the German plate before, but I'm assuming in this situation with a longer look at it, he wants to mark, again, doing the traffic analysis and electronic surveillance that Robin has access to. He wants to follow that car through traffic cameras and see where in the city it's going. And the other thing is, and I don't know, and I wanted you to give your whole narration before I said this so we can kind of go back. Is there any way via the headset that he is wearing that Robin could have simply turned on the microphone of the girl's phone? That he could have heard some of the conversation in lieu of trying to read lips or something like that.
Yes.
A more technological approach to snooping.
May I ask you, before I answer this, if there are any other skills you would like to bring to bear in your observation of this conversation?
Yeah, and again, I don't think I'm stretching this too far. Is he would like to try some, like some urban survival here. And with that, I mean, like, he is going to get himself in the appropriate position, use the shadows of the city as a light drives by and reflects off of, you know, the eyes and the profile of O'Rourke to move positions, to get himself closer, get himself in the best position to both, I guess, in a combination of like read lips and be able to hear what's going on via the, you know, because if she's got her phone, like maybe in like her jacket pocket, he'll hear her side of the conversation. He wants to be able to try to get himself so he can make out what the responses of O'Rourke would have been.
All right, let me ask, because, you know, again, from this space, you've got a number of informational skills that, if you think any of them are relevant to your assessment of this, you just let me know, and I will be happy to tell you what you notice. In the conversation, when you get her side, you can hear her. Well, I don't know. My phone seemed to have been on the fritz for a while, but I'm glad you could come. I need more information about this human trafficking ring. Do you have the information? I've been tracking down a place. I told you, Musil and Sons, and I feel like they're funding these human traffickers, and I need more information. They're stonewalling me. I can't get anywhere. And then you can barely hear him. And this is when he hands her this file. And you can hear the rustle of her looking through. And she goes, "This seems good. I'll have to study this and see what else is in here. I feel as if they must be, this place must be implicated. They must be in some ways connected to all of this trafficking. Now, you've said that this man, Gabriel, is implicated in this, also in murder, that he's part of this mafia, perhaps. I've asked anyone I can find about him. I know he's here in Prague, but I've not been able to get him to meet me yet. I waited all day this morning. He's not shown up yet. And then you can hear sort of this muffled sound. So, yes, I appreciate the dossier that you've given me on him. And you're right, it does look terribly suspicious, but yes, You said he worked for the CIA. Yes, I've spoken with the CIA, and they said they don't know anything about him. Yes, it's fine. Look, there are women and children who are being kidnapped and sold and trafficked every day, and we can see the results of this. If this man is a ringleader in this sort of a thing, you've got to give me a bit more. Yes, I know that I'm the reporter. What are you? Fine. All right. Well, Yes, I will see what I can do about that. But please note, you're my informant, I'm not yours. But I do appreciate your help. I don't know why I would even do that. Well, if it gets me closer to cracking open this case and saving those vulnerable people, then I certainly will. Yes, well, I'll reach out again. Oh, you can? Oh, all right. Well, what's the number? Right, and she recites a number, and it's the number to your second burner phone. All right, I can text him there, all right? Thank you. I appreciate it. And that's when he gets up, gets into his car, and he leaves. And you can see her sort of mumble. You can hear her mumble to herself. And she just says, I don't know why Malta. So strange. I don't know what that's about. And then she opens up that folder again, the new one, and she sort of works through it. She goes, It seems like this Lucilin's sons have some sort of connection to Malta as well. Strange. What's happening in Malta? I wonder if he's going there next. Oh. And she orders a cup of coffee so she can start taking notes on her story a little bit before she goes back to that hostel. And she'll be there for a bit.
Yeah, she's gonna get herself killed. Technically, Greg's not that concerned about it, but Archangel would be. So he is going to, if there's a way to, he's going to be like the bat. He's going to go up to her window and tap on the glass.
So, after her cup of coffee down at this cafe, she makes her way back up to her hostel, and you can sort of follow which way she's going. And you sort of climb up to where she's at. She's not very far up. And you tap, 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 tap. And you see her sort of, look up. And you can see her look around, but you're out in the dark at this point in time. She can't see you.
He will text her from the second burner phone, open the window, just want to talk.
You can see her read the phone, the text. This would be human terrain. She's a little freaked out by this. And you see her look around the room in a bit of a quick panic. And she grabs the nearest thing that looks like a weapon. And it's a clock. There's an alarm clock. And she just grabs that. And then she sort of heads towards the window, but it's plugged in. And so she goes back, she puts it down, and she's sort of looking around for something. She does not seem to be herself armed, clearly. And she gets this idea, right? Because she's in a hostel room, so there's not a lot in there. And she doesn't seem to have a lot of heavy things with her. So she goes and she sort of looks around, and there's like a small little vase. So she picks up this vase. And she sort of creeps over towards the window. And she peers out towards it. And I suppose she sees your eyes. And she opens the window with this look of alarm. And she says, I have a gun.
So do I. But we shouldn't use them.
By the way, he would have asked Robin to cue up track number 3, Wild World.
Mm-hmm. I would invite you in, but I don't know how dangerous you are.
I'm fine here.
I'm assuming there's like a catwalk of some kind.
It's like it's got a little ledge for flowers. You know what I mean? Like a flower box. Maybe you shouldn't. And she just picks up her phone. She's like, all right, you can come in, but I will call the police.
Understood.
He would sit on the windowsill, his feet hanging in, but the rest of him kind of framed in the window.
It's a strange way to greet my request for an interview. I have evidence that I would like you to answer for. So, I hope you're prepared.
Did you get your information from O'Rourke?
I don't give the name of my informants.
It's fine. He cannot be trusted.
Rich coming from you.
Have I lied to you yet?
She backs away from you to where her messenger bag is, and she pulls out another one of these folders. It doesn't seem to be the same one, it's a slightly different size. And she sort of comes towards you, and she hands you this folder. Look at it.
He would drop his glasses into place so Robin can scan and take pictures of everything. He would quickly go through everything that was in there and then slowly go back so he himself can kind of peruse it.
And as you're speaking, she goes, my name is Helen Slane. I'm a freelance journalist, and I specialize in international criminal syndicates and human trafficking. And
noble profession.
Thank you. I've recently come into the possession of a number of documents and photographs, which you can see right there in that folder, from one of my informants, that connects you to known sites of human trafficking and other criminal activity in Eastern Europe.
Right.
And all of these places are places where people have been kidnapped and trafficked, and in each one of these places, you're there. And I haven't been informed that you're a member or former member of the CIA, some sort of black ops team, but they say they've never heard of you, which of course is what they would say.
Company policy.
Of course. Now, and you can see she's trying to put on a bold face, like she's confident.
And he's not trying to be intimidating. He's just...
Well, she seems to be a little bit intimidated, right? Because you've shown up at her window in the middle of the night, like a vampire, although she doesn't...
Or Romeo,
right? And she says, listen, it's possible that you were doing some sort of undercover operation against these traffickers, and you being at those sites was connected to some sort of undercover operation. But it's also equally possible that you are, well...
a human trafficker.
Yes. Do you have any comment? Mr. Gabriel.
I don't usually like to answer a question with a question, but given your two possible interpretations of my involvement, which one of those interpretations would lend me to talk to you, and which one would have prompted me to kill you?
Depends. And if you look through this folder, there are photographs of you.
Are they legit?
Yeah. They're photographs of you that Shikura did not take. And let's talk about the timing of some of these photographs. Quite a few of them are post the Sinclair incident. Most of them are. Most of them are after the Sinclair incident.
Any ones that are before the Sinclair incident, he would not, he would, if wherever it would happen to be, this is Istanbul in 2014. And he would just drop those down. I was working. Post Sinclair, he would say, I was self-employed. And
she was self-employed as what? A human trafficker? And I will note, each one of these places is when you were on the hunt. When you were searching. Trying to figure out what this was all about. But I have to tell you, there's more than just photographs in this folder. Not from before the Sinclair incident, but after. Well, maybe a little bit. There are also photocopies of passports, yours, with different aliases on them. There are plane ticket stubs, travel documents. When you went through passport control, somebody seems to have been able to get access to the documents that they took from you there. It looks to you, any time that you checked in to a room that was not a safe house, those receipts are here as well in the post-Sinclair time. There are bits of evidence of your travel. If you bought anything not with cash, that receipt or copy of it, a photocopy of that receipt, shows up in this file. Someone has a lot of access and has been tracking you for quite some time. And when I say they have a lot of access, I mean they have access to things, and I don't know how to tell you this in any other way, but it's a lot of access. Someone has connections, and those connections are broad. It seems to you, you know how you thought about Sinclair, right? Who's dead. I don't know what you thought Sinclair was doing, but what this folder says to you is that whoever this is, O'Rourke, although O'Rourke's not that high on the totem pole, has got access to government files. Not just what O'Rourke would get access to, perhaps, if he couldn't be sneaking and talk to some CIA folks, but has access to passport control, has access to airports, bank records, has a lot of access, and has been spending that access on tracking you. Could you read the problem I just gave you?
I guess.
The problem, everybody, is called baggage. Slane has information about your past life. You've got to convince her to destroy the evidence. And if I do so, discard this file if the evidence burns. Otherwise, swap this card for the problem badly burned at the end of the scenario. He would look at all of this and he would say, well, they're either, you have your two scenarios, and let me add a few. For this to occur, I would either have to be monumentally bad at my job as a human trafficker, or whoever is behind this human trafficking, this kidnapping, really doesn't want me around.
Well, it seems quite convenient. Let me tell you a story. You worked for the CIA, doing whatever it was you did, and you did something terrible in order to get fired. Cut free from the CIA, you needed to do something, and I suspect what you did was you turned to your dirty contacts, and you fell in with organized crime, and you are a human trafficker. And I want to let you know that I'm ready to publish an article implicating you in this, except
you're a good reporter. They're giving you all of the T's crossed and all the I's dotted.
Not all of them.
Gumshoe and Sons?
I see you work with them.
No, I heard you talking about them.
She goes back over to her messenger bag. She pulls out that folder you saw that she got from O'Rourke. My informant, after much asking, has also given me this folder, and she hands it to you. There's a firm called Gumshoe and Sons. Apparently you know of them. They're here in Prague. I've been looking into them because I suspect that they are money laundering and they work with the traffickers. I have not been able to get access to them at all. They won't speak with me. The company is small, it's private, and it's old. It's been around quite some time, and they don't speak to reporters. And they're very good at hiding all of their legal affairs. I have searched everywhere. If you can keep that dossier if you like. The one of the Gumshoe and Sons. I've made copies.
Thank you.
I did my best. And it seems as if they funnel quite a lot of money to Malta. But the information that my informant gave me does not mention Malta in the documentation, but I know that money's been going that way. I suspect that you, like many human traffickers, are stupid, and that's why I found you all careless, sloppy, maybe on drugs, maybe you're arrogant. I don't know, but human traffickers are not nearly as smart or good at their job as they like to think they are. But you are ultimately a small fish. I want the big fish, but I have no problem publishing a story with your picture all over it, exposing you and your crimes. However, I can be convinced to hold off on publishing this article if you can get me the information on Gumshoe and Sons.
A couple things. I will get the information that you require. I ask this. There is information in this file about my
people that I knew outside of the agency. They are innocent people. If I die doing this, feel free to still publish your whatever it is, but I would ask that you leave them out of it. The other thing, should I die doing this, O'Rourke, you should know, is the one that sent me to the operation where I was terminated from the agency. He set me up, and he continues to do so. This is information for you. You may dismiss it, but I feel that I must warn you, even if it's for the benefit of my own soul.
If what you say is true, then why were you at the locations of human trafficking sites all across Europe?
I would think that unbeknownst to me, I am hunting the very individuals that you are, and they don't like that I'm getting close.
Seems unlikely. Possible. Why are you doing this off the books, self-employed? And you can see her fingers itch as you know she wants to, like, grab her reporter's notebook, but she's not, because this is a kind of an awkward situation.
Then he would, if there was a notepad nearby, he would reach over, take it, and hand it to her.
She takes it and she just starts taking a couple of notes. Who are you chasing?
Killers.
How do I know you're not a killer?
I am. But just not the people that you're thinking of.
Why were you at these locations? And what do you know about human trafficking?
Little. You're the expert on it, other than my involvement. You seem to be on a trail that they don't want you to follow. I suspect this Musil and Sons is either another elaborate cover to frame me, doubtful, or the actual big fish that needs me to bite on the hook.
She seems a little frustrated, maybe not with you, but with something. What do you make of the dossier that my informant gave me?
The ones with the pictures of me?
No, the other one. The one she handed you about this company.
Funneling all the funds to Malta?
Yeah, the file sort of notes that this is like an old
How
firm.
old?
Ooh.
Are we talking like I'm gonna get this wrong? What was the law firm in Angel? Wasn't
yes.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking
yes,
about.
Yes, I do.
Robin, what was the
Wolfram and Hart?
There we go.
Wolfram and Hart. No, maybe like 150, 200 years old.
Ah, phew.
Private, very small.
Sure.
They handle, from what you can tell from this dossier, they handle legal and financial matters for a small number of very wealthy private clients, and they don't take on new business. Who those clients are, it's not in this dossier, and connecting the dots, you can tell that she was clearly trying to figure out who they were, right? That's what she was doing. And from the timing of it, it seems as if she was trying to get the information, she could not get it, and that's why she must have contacted O'Rourke, and he showed up with this dossier. There are a number of photographs in this folder, and a number of them are of Oliver Musil, who is the current head of this company. And half these photographs are like glossy official photographs, you know, like
Sure.
corporate headshots, right? And the other half are long-range surveillance photographs.
Interesting.
What he would immediately do is he would touch his throat mic and he would basically say,
Robin, see if we have any paintings or pictures available for the founders of Musil and Sons.
Mm-hmm. And Robin will do that with some research. It'll take a bit of moments. And here's what you can notice a little bit about these photographs. Do you have the photography skill?
I don't believe so.
No. Robin does, though.
Yes.
So, but what you do have human terrain? Which is
no, I don't.
All right. Good to note. But you have urban survival.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So, in all the official headshots, he's like in an expensive suit and he's smiling. In the other photographs, he is meeting clients at cafes. He's getting into his car. Here's the thing. Some of these photographs are older, i.e. not from today. So it seems as if these surveillance photos, which were just given to her a couple hours ago, from your understanding, based on her insistence that she needed some info on this lead, some of these photographs have been around for surveillance photos for more than just today. Now,
you would also ask Robin to cross-reference any potential photographs that include O'Rourke.
Mm-hmm. And I will note that most of these sort of surveillance photographs, most of them look like him, going into an expensive hotel, going to a nice restaurant. But there is one photograph, or a series of photographs, where he is going into some building in what is clearly an awful neighborhood. Like, bad. There's like graffiti on the walls, like trash. This has got to be in Prague because it doesn't seem like all these photographs are here. And you have a picture of him sort of climbing into a car, and there are some people in the background, and the faces are all blurred because this photograph was done in motion. If you would need Robin to clean that up for you, if you want to sort of try to figure out who those faces are. But you have urban survival, which means you know the city pretty well. This neighborhood can only be Nussel, which is a rundown area of Prague, like a bad neighborhood, where a high crime neighborhood, a place where somebody like Oliver Mussel would not be. And you just have him. He's sort of getting into or out of a car, and he's got like a briefcase with him. It looks like, it says here, it looks like Robin is initiating photo scanning and sharpening image collation. They're applying anti-blurring algorithm to the photos, and this is what Robin is doing, because Robin does have those skills. And you see in your inner glass, like I'm sure you have like an inner.
It's like augmented reality. Yeah.
In augmented reality, the photographs start sort of like being de-blurred, and there's a man there. There's a couple of people you don't recognize. There's like two men in the background near this building. One you don't recognize, one you do recognize. It's not O'Rourke. Do you remember last night when you were in a graveyard and there were these three cultists, one of whom seemed to be in charge, and then two others? The one who was in charge, the one that you captured, Emil, called Pavel, he is in this photograph. It seems as if Oliver Mussel had some kind of meeting with this cultist leader.
Out of curiosity, Oliver Musil doesn't have or bear any resemblance to Ciro, does he?
No, he does not.
Okay.
It seems as if Robin is cross-referencing photos of O'Rourke. And also it looks like we have some searching, looks like, for paintings. What you have is you have a photograph of O'Rourke and you back in Istanbul. But that is... his face is blurred out, so it does not seem as if she would have recognized that you two knew each other. But Robin's able to sort of note that that was blurred out. You have actually seen this photograph before. It's one on one of your operations. You know, people take sort of candid photographs sometimes, and they sort of keep them. This clearly must have come from him, because he also had a copy of this photo, but in the actual photo, his face was not blurred, but the photo was doctored to make it look like it was perhaps a poorly taken photograph, where it just so happens that you seem to be clear and he does not. And that
he would point at that one and say, "That's O'Rourke right there."
And she looks, and she says, "Oh, I don't think so. That fellow looks far too ruddy."
By design. And then he just kind of dismisses it.
Yes. So what you're getting is mostly this dossier. How do I put this? It's
a lot of bullshit. I would suspect that it's just a lot of information that paints a certain picture, but
bullshit detector, yes, you have it?
I do.
That's tricky. It's a tricky thing to ask.
Let me ask this.
She seems completely sincere.
Right. I'm not saying, I think she's been fed a line of propaganda.
Yes, that feels right to you, although you do feel as if she's holding something back.
He needs that, because if she's a halfway decent reporter, she already suspects that she's being fed stuff. So he needs to tell her she's right.
I will also say, when it comes to your bullshit detector on this file, that's tricky. It feels to you, from your bullshit detecting, what is in here is not untrue. It all seems to be legit, but it also seems to be
basically red herrings woven from truth that made it, I was there, and so this picture corroborates it.
Yeah. The Musil file all seems accurate, and it doesn't make them look good if you had more information, like she does. Or if somebody who was not her picked up this file, they probably wouldn't get much out of it, right? They'd be like, "Oh, some firm." You have some information and you're like, how old is this firm? And it pings for you. But if you were not somebody who had extra information, you would probably find this dossier not that interesting if somebody stole it or came upon it.
Is it interesting enough for her to continue investigating them?
Yes. Would you like to spend a push?
Yeah.
This is there are two different skills you could use here. as you can see her watching you look at this file.
Mhm.
You have a choice of what skill you would like to push: bullshit detector or vampirology.
She's not ready for that. Unless it depends on how far she's gotten, and from her information that she's provided so far, if that's the thing she's holding back,
No.
that she's got some type of like supernatural theory, it doesn't necessarily seem that she's leaning that way. Let's see. I think he's going to try to. He doesn't want to. Okay, I think charm is the best thing here, but at the same time, he's not trying to charm. He's not trying to lie to her, this is a way to deliver the truth while putting her at ease, if that makes sense.
Now, there are two different things going on. That charm we will get to, but I want to know about either your assessment of her, bullshit detector or vampirology, as she sort of like is intensely watching you.
Oh, you mean, do I think that she's a vampire? That type of?
No, it's about insight. You can get some extra insight here, depending
Okay,
on...
well then, if that's the case, if she's been... Okay, let me go at it from this direction. I have a suspicion that if she's being fed these things and she's come this far and she's really kind of been reckless. I mean, if I was a human trafficker, I'd have killed her, and that would have just been that. So she would have had to have known that his Archangel would be thinking, was she compelled to do something like this?
It's a weird thought. And you look at her and you see her. There's an intensity about her. She is holding something back, which that charm, we can get there. But as you're assessing her, there's something a little bit too intense about her obsession with this case. Almost, her intensity seems almost compulsive. And you heard her talk, and there's like a seriousness, a slight desperation to find the truth. And you read, when you were doing that research, right, some of her earlier work, and it had a different tone to it. There's something about her obsession with you, with Malta, that seems unnatural.
Okay.
Maybe some sort of compulsion to seek the truth, perhaps. It doesn't seem to you, from the way she's talking, it seems, if you were going to guess a compulsion to find the truth. That seems to be, if there is a compulsion. But what I'm going to try to tell you is...
raw level, or just... Would this be a compulsion that would require her to be a thrall? Or...
No, if she were a thrall, you would suspect she would be more powerful.
Right.
And she would need more regular contact, probably. It seems like somebody put her on a trail that has led to you, something supernatural. Yes.
Okay, so with my vampirology, knowing if that is it, that's a theory that he's following here. If it is in fact some type of, like a greater compulsion, doesn't require constant kind of like recharging. It's just a follow him, very simple, very long lasting or whatnot. But at the same time, it hasn't been recharged for a while, in theory.
Maybe.
Would he know of a way to sever that compulsion, that he has read a holy artifact?
You have not come across that information yet. That would be some research you might need to do. But you did spend a push on vampirology, did you not?
I spent a push. I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
You did. You know what that means? You were thinking about...
I'm dead, right?
Yes. You were thinking about maybe refreshing, right? Like, I mean, you've heard stories that, like, they can compel people, vampires can, but then how long does that last? Maybe it needs to be refreshed. How does that work? How long has she been outside of contact with vampires? And then you thought about something she said. She said, when she looked at that blurry photograph of O'Rourke, that in the photograph, this person is much ruddier than O'Rourke. And you said it was made to look that way. And then you remembered, as you looked at him when he came to meet her, that he was somewhat paler than you last saw him. And there was something about the way he moved, in the dark tinted windows. You saw her at night. He wasn't like that before the setup, before you freed Sinclair. Maybe
he would ask Robin to pull up a picture of O'Rourke. I'm sure we have one of those, just not one that kind of...
You do. Even older picture of O'Rourke.
He would literally take off his glasses and spin them around for her to look.
Oh. And she seems like interested in this technology, and she takes it. And she looks, she goes, oh yes, that's him.
Mm-hmm.
Younger.
Not quite as pale.
This is from a while ago. She hands it back.
A few years.
He doesn't look older, he just looks...
cleaner.
Rough. Yeah. Yeah. Now he looks... He's a... Prague doesn't get a lot of sun, I imagine, she says, trying to sort of find a way to sort of make sense of the work that she knows, who seems to be a bit paler than the O'Rourke that you knew.
She's not ready. He can't convince her of this. He doesn't have enough evidence or information for her. And if he starts down this, he's going to lose her.
But
and if he shows her, she's going to die. Yes, but he's going, again, this is a charm to convey to her the truth of his involvement in this. He's going to provide his facts in the nicest way possible, the most pleasant way possible, the most believable way possible. It's not a deception at all. He is literally telling the truth as he knows it.
She seems to be wrestling with something in her mind. Will you investigate Musil and Sons? If you can come to my window, they might speak with you. They won't speak with me.
What do you want? Evidence of their involvement or non-involvement? I worry that if O'Rourke gave you enough of this information to keep you on their scent, that he wishes ill of them or he wants you dead.
Listen, I don't know why. I don't know why. But O'Rourke... And she seems a little confused at this moment. Like she's trying to make sense of how to frame the knowledge that she has, right? Like she's got bits and pieces of things, and how to frame it seems to be something that she's grappling with. She says, I've done my own investigations. I didn't rely solely on information provided to me by my informant. I found this connection to Musa and Sons on my own, through my own reporting, and I could tell that they're one of these sorts of havens, and I asked him about them. He told me that they were money laundering. They finance money laundering operations in Malta, and I asked him. I tried to get this evidence myself, and I've got little snippets. I can't get proof. And I asked him for this dossier, and there's no proof in this dossier. I can't confront them with this. This is not enough evidence to prove that they're doing this, but, and you can see she's getting a bit agitated, but they seem, he seems to want me to convince you to go to Malta, and I don't know why.
That's where they need me to go.
Why? What is why? Why are they why? And what is their connection? What is Musa and Sons' connection to this? They're clearly laundering money. This isn't, I know this. There's evidence that they're, but I can't find out for whom, to whom. But they're clearly, I was able to bribe someone. They take out large amounts of cash in strange, but I can't find out who they're laundering to. They are surely money launderers. They're surely working for these traffickers. They're highly placed. They've got connections with the Ministry of Finance. But I don't know who or why. And I don't know why O'Rourke wants you to go to Malta. And I don't care. I want the evidence that they're trafficking. And they won't talk to me.
Let me go to Musa and Sons. If you don't hear from me again, print whatever you would like. Just leave the names of my family out of it.
All right.
I'll find what I can, but the fact that they gave you any information on this is dangerous.
I don't care about danger.
You will. You should.
O'Rourke is all right. He's charming. He's friendly. He's trustworthy.
He is none of those.
You've not met him enough, I think.
Perhaps you've met him too much.
Mr. Gabriel, I'll be waiting here.
If anybody comes to your door or window,
like you,
don't invite them in.
And she realizes that she still has this vase in her hand, and she sort of puts it on the table.
He pulls forth the P228 that he has in his vest and make sure the safety is on and hands it to her.
Do you know how to use one of these? You said you had a gun. I know you don't.
No, and I don't know how to use one, and I'm sure I would get caught going through customs.
Turn around.
And she puts her hands up. If you're going
No.
to shoot me,
No. Turn around.
And then he's going to saddle up behind her and put her hands around the gun with the safety still on. And he'll pull the gun this way.
Mm-hmm.
Safety on, safety off, up, point, squeeze, squeeze, squeeze.
All right. Listen, if you can give me the evidence and prove that you're not one of these traffickers, you're not playing me, I won't publish. Otherwise, Well, it looks damning for you. O'Rourke says he has more evidence.
By design.
Well, I hope you all will be able to prove your innocence or prove their guilt.
Don't let anybody in.
All right? And she goes to the window and waits for you to leave so she can lock the door. And she goes, wait.
He does.
And she hands you the Musil file. Might be something in there useful for you.
I would assume that he's already scanned it into Robin, but he'll take it because,
But I'm holding on to your file.
Please. It is a work of doctored fiction.
Everywhere you've been, Mr. Gabriel, women have gone missing.
Am I after women or those that are taking them?
I don't know. We'll find out, I suspect.
If I don't come back, leave this place. Do not go to Malta. Do not go to Musil and Sons.
I will go to Musil and Sons if I don't hear from you, because I must find the truth. There is a thread, and that thread must be followed. There's a thread. You must follow it. I will find out. I'll find out. I will find out. I have to follow the thread. It's like you can see it stretching before you, and you have to follow it because there's always
like a
more
fairy tale.
Traffickers. Yes. I don't think you'd understand what that's like.
He doesn't say anything. Don't let anybody in.
She shuts the window when you leave and hop off so that you can follow your own thread.
Robin, cue up Carry On Wayward Son by Kansas.
A bad neighborhood. The Satanist about. An expensive lawyer. A financier. And a thread, I think. A thread that you said you had to follow. Strange. Quinton.
Yeah, Doc.
Do you think it's an obsession, a compulsion to follow this thread of yours?
Yes, I do.
Do you think it's natural?
Not anymore.
Oh. We shall have to think on that, I think, after our break. Yes. Give yourself 10 minutes to compose yourself. It's that time of night. And chat, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to take a 10-minute break while our agent with a shadow of 3 decides where he wants to go next. Before we take that break, I would like to thank Drafteer for 1,000 bits, but no message. Hawkeye for 500 bits for the Let the Top-Notch Storytelling Begin. Lightning Invoker for the 500 bits who says, ooh, all the love to Greg and Trooper. Have an epic time. $25 from Rissa, our lovely mod, who says, I can't get enough of this GM player combo. Wonderful way to spend a Friday in the foxhole. Thank you. Roller 300 gives us 100, which says, good luck, everyone. Rissa gives another 100, and an hour ago, another 100. So, my friend, we're going to go on break. And when we get back, we're going to find out how our Archangel deals with this moment. Oh, you did take time. I don't know if you noticed when you leave, in the corner, a rat scutters away that had been watching you. Just watching. We're going to go to break, everybody. We'll be right back. welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your intermission. I hope you had something to drink and had something to eat. I had some M&Ms. And welcome back. When we last left our agent, who, if I remember correctly, at the very beginning of our session, mentioned having to follow a thread. Weird. I'm sure there's nothing weird going on here at all. And has met with this reporter, Helen Slane, who has spent quite a bit of her life specializing in international criminal syndicates and human trafficking. And somehow, from your research relatively recently, has become convinced that you are a human trafficker, supplied with a number of bits of pretty compelling evidence, circumstantial, but compelling nonetheless, supplied by a person who set you up to free, let's say, a vampire named Sinclair 5 years ago. A vampire who, once freed, murdered your families. And according to your therapist, who may or may not be real, it's really unclear, the CIA said that you did that you killed your family. Now, that may not be true. That may just be all in your mind. Who knows, really? It's unclear. But this person who betrayed you, you think at least, well, you're not certain, provided intel that the ambassador's daughter who had been kidnapped was in this crypt, that you used quite a bit of firepower to break through their doors, and then when you got in there, it turns out there was not the ambassador's daughter there, but some sort of creature that you later learned to be a vampire, who killed everybody in your team, but just somehow was not able to kill you because you fell into a cistern and escaped, and they just could not get you. And once escaped, you got let go by the CIA, so you lost your job, and then all of your family that they know about, at least, were all murdered in ways that you would find out about. As a matter of fact, after the first one, the murder, there were photographs left that would point you to the second side of the murder, so you went and got to see everybody that you care about murdered, leaving you with nobody left except for a voice in your head and a computer program. That's weird. I find that odd. And now, nonetheless, since then, you have spent some time, 5 years really, obsessively trying to track down Sinclair, following all these little threads, learning about the existence of vampires. And then you killed Sinclair, probably. And then you couldn't let it go. You just kept going. You heard there was some activity at this Devil's Tomb, which was the Devil's Tomb. That was some language that you saw in Sinclair's basement where you killed him in Paris, the basement of this hotel. There was some kind of a clue there, which led you here to Prague, where at the Devil's Tomb some sort of creature was awoken by these cultists and then escaped. And you find that you're being tracked by this reporter. A reporter who has been fed information about you by the same O'Rourke, who is now much paler than he was when you knew him last. And she's convinced you're a human trafficker because you happen to be in a bunch of sites where you were trying to track down Sinclair and vampire activity, which she seems to think has something to do with human trafficking, which I suppose in some way it does. And she will expose you and ruin your life if she can't get some kind of information. And at the moment you have a photograph of Oliver Mussel from Mussel and Sons, which is a 200 or so year old private financing company, which she believes is doing money laundering for human trafficking out of Malta. And she wants to know who those clients are. She can't find out. She would like you to do it because she can't get in. She thinks you might be able to as ex-CIA. And you have noticed in her dossier that Oliver Mussel was meeting with one of these cultists that rose this creature, which you think is connected to some sort of 16th century alchemist. And there's something going on about this being a weapon or a hunter of some sort. Like you are a weapon or a hunter of some sort. It's unclear. But at this moment, with a rat scurrying away, you have some sort of nasty building in a bad part of town. You've got a small private financing firm, and you have Robin looking to find and track that car.
He's going to allow Robin to continue tracking the car, and instead of, I want their energy put towards finding the car, because that's O'Rourke. And I'm going to try to kill two birds with one stone here. Two bats with one stone.
Two bats, two rats.
Yeah, and I want to go to Mussel, the graffiti building, because that one had both the cultist who was indicated in the graveyard, the book bearer, and from the picture that was de-blurred, it was the resolution was fine-tuned by Robin, and it also had Oliver Mussel there. So that has two of the three current threads, no pun intended, seem to converge there. So let's just check that one while Robin tracks down the third, and let's see if we can clear some of these cards before the shadow consumes me and all is unwell.
You travel like some sort of skulking creature through the night of Prague to a rundown neighborhood on the outskirts of Prague. And it is smells of piss. There's some homeless people in the corner here or there. This place is not a place where an exclusive private financier would go for any reason whatsoever. There's no reason why somebody like Oliver Mussel would be here, as far as you could tell. And as you hit the outskirts of Prague, you have Streetwise, do you not?
I believe, but let me double check.
I believe you do.
Yes, I do. I do.
I believe you do. Streetwise gets you tracking, also urban survival. You're able to start tracking the graffiti, right? And you move your way through this space until you find an old abandoned building with the exact same graffiti. You find the place that should be it. The building itself is like an old, sort of kind of burned out and abandoned, like 2-story apartment house. It's like sort of just a couple of apartments. It's not particularly, it seems completely empty, this place. You know that somebody certainly has been there because you saw a photograph. Do you explore?
Yes. Before he goes in, he's going to take his rucksack, and I learned this. Oh no! I learned this interesting little bit of technology whenever my friend who is super into military gizmos told me that there's this thing that they call it's the bear something or other, the bear pod. But what it is it's a it's a fireable, like it's like a grappling hook that you fire that you can send your equipment up. And there's literally like a garage door opener that you hit and it will release your stuff and bring it back down, but you can put it in an inaccessible place where you wouldn't even be able to get it with a ladder. Like you'd have to have scaffolding and stuff. So I would assume because of that neat little thing that Archangel would have something like that, and that's what he would send his rucksack up in. And he would, since he no longer has his P228, he would take his MP5 and kind of sling that, but he would also take his SCAR, which is like his longer rifle, out of the bag, and of course his blade.
Yes.
And let's go into the bad part of town.
You enter into this building. As you step across the threshold, you can still hear... you hear the sounds of laughter. There's a bar across the street and a few doors down, and people are laughing, and there's music. It seems like there's a band in there, you know, like a rock cover band that is Czech, doing American music with questionable quality. Home Sweet Home is playing, you know, and as you step across the threshold, the sounds of life outside the street, broken bottles, sort of dissipates behind you. And this place is dark. There's no lights. And you can hear the floor creak as you move tactically through this building. Paint is peeling off the walls. There are band posters everywhere, graffiti. Seems as if no one has been here, squatters maybe, for a long time. But as you push further, you have notice, I'm sure. Yes? You notice an extension cord. One of those big heavy-duty ones, you know? That's clearly being run outside of the building into this building. And if you follow that cord, it goes into a cellar door. There is a door to some sort of basement.
Is there a light coming from the basement, like a potential power source? Okay, so is this like a storm cellar opening, or is it like a front opening door that leads downwards? Like, is he opening like doors from the ground or door from the wall?
Doors from the ground.
Okay, then what he would do is, to counteract the weight, he would make sure that he basically produces a travel size bottle of WD-40, and he just quietly sprays it onto the hinges, basically using urban survival here and stealth to just open up the doors very slowly. And he would just pull one up at first to see if there was a way to negotiate himself through there without having to open both of them.
There is a stairwell, I would say like wooden stairs, you know? This seems to you like it would be the place where, in another time and place, the super would like store all sorts of supplies, you know, cleaning supplies. Maybe people would keep their storage here, maybe bike racks. Like, this seems like this would be that kind of a place. This is not currently that kind of place.
He needs Robin now. He would call on Robin to see if there was any type of schematics for this building that could be pulled up from the... And again, this is a test, and I'll allow you to determine as he's descending if he loses contact with Robin because he's going subterranean, which we've discussed.
Yes. So that would be an architecture, which is not a skill that Robin has. Robin can do it with research, but it will take time. time you do not have. Unless you want to wait. Here. No, I didn't think so. You walk into this cellar.
You would just ask Robin to play Home Sweet Home, which has just been added to the playlist in the very bottom.
The cellar is empty. So you're safe. Well,
Where's the cord go?
the cord goes down, down, and when you emerge into this cellar, you see... Let's start with the less disturbing things, shall we? A card table. And 4 chairs. Deck of cards. It seems as if people are playing poker, perhaps. Crate of beer. Bottles. Most of them are empty. A bit spread out. Looks as if people have been hanging out here and waiting. Now, I would say that this would be a thing that would not be bothersome. And you know, yeah, I wouldn't be bothered by that. I might be bothered by the other thing here, though. The cage. And the smell of cats and blood. There's a cage that seems like it could hold a human being or something like it. And a set of heavy shackles. Heavy lock. The cage itself is open, but on the inside of this cage you see the remnants. One completely desiccated corpse of a cat, completely devoid of blood, and one bottle, an old alchemical bottle, there on the cage, inside. There's a side table full of strewn paperwork about. Sandwich, half-eaten.
The doors were closed and the lights were still on. He immediately spins around. This is back to his old training that he's incorporated into his new job, his self-employment, as he begins to spin like 180 with the weapon out, looking for any type of target, because the bottle, the cat, the fact that it's drained, the fact that there was life here one moment and now there's not, the door was closed, the lights are on. The creature, if it left, wouldn't have left the doors closed. He assumes he is not alone.
The sandwich is half eaten. On the plate, sort of just tossed there. It's very quiet in here. There is little computer printout underneath the card table, like it sort of fell and maybe was forgotten.
He'll carefully gather that up, but he's like leaning down and reaching for it as he continues to maintain an awareness of what's around him, all the while looking at the walls of the cellar to see if there's, you know, any type of cubby, any type of maybe a potentially concealed portal, a hole in the floor, you know, another entrance upward. He's checking his corners, Trooper.
All of the windows that might look into the cellar have been blacked out so that no one could see in. And as you glance at this paperwork, you see some customs declaration forms describing a box that contains architectural salvage from a church. And the box left this morning to be delivered to a church in Malta, to one Father Pisani. And what you can see is that there's more than one of these forms. Whoever was filling it out seemed to have been making mistakes. They spelled the name wrong, right? There was one form that was completely perfectly done, but that was supposed to leave early in the morning. So right now you are at the night of the second day. I mean, there was an earlier customs form where the box was supposed to leave early in the morning, and then that one was ripped up. And then it seemed they had to make a new customs form. And that one left this afternoon, late this afternoon. This box containing salvaged architectural salvage from a church going to St. Sylvester's in a small town in Malta. And there are some melted candles on the floor in a circle around this cage, and some symbols drawn in blood also surrounding this cage. Looks sort of like what they were trying to do up at that graveyard, at the Devil's Tomb. Done again this time, it seems. You have occultism. This seems to have been the kind of control or containment ritual done yet again from the other night.
He'd take pictures of everything, using his AR glasses.
And as you take those photographs and you are alone in this basement with a cage, you hear it. Laughter. Footsteps above you. Joking. Two voices. Ah! That was amazing! That was amazing! I can't believe you made that bullseye! And there you can hear him coming towards the entrance to the cellar.
He gets behind the stairs.
When do you think Pavel will be here? I don't know. But we did it! And then the door opens, and the two men, you can see them, stumble down the stairwell. And now you took time twice. So this is why you have come upon this scene and not a different one. Maybe if you'd been here earlier, you might have caught them in the act. But now, there are two of them, and not one of them is the leader. Just these other two. And they've got bottles of champagne, no glasses. And they seem to be sort of in good moods, more or less. And as they sort of stumble down, they come into this cellar. And Emil goes over to the sandwich, and he starts, sits down in his chair, and he starts eating it. And the other one sits down next to him and goes, give me that sandwich. He's like, no, it's my sandwich. You can't have it. And Emil, the one you know as Emil, keeps eating. He stops. He says, he'll come back, right? Sure. He wouldn't leave us. And the one, who do you think that man was? In the graveyard. Do you think Pavel knew him? I don't know. I thought we were going to keep the creature. The glog. I thought we were going to keep it, and it was going to make us live forever. I thought so too, but Pavel said that he got orders to bring it to Malta. Yeah, but he didn't tell us about that. I know, but I mean, he's the one who knows all the things. We just have to do. And then Emil says, "What if he was using us? But he won't give us eternal life." The other one goes, Pavel wouldn't use us? I'm sure it's fine. He just had to go deliver it, and then he goes, yeah, but if he delivers the glog to Father Pisani, then how are we supposed to get eternal life? We're supposed to get... How are we going to do it? And the other one goes, you know Pavel has magic powers. He has that special ritual where you say the chant and then money comes to you. You just chant and people give you money. And you saw that rich man came out of nowhere and just gave us money. That was magic. Pavel has magic, you know he does. He'll come back and he'll bring the glog back and we'll live forever. And Emil seems to like furrow and knit his brow a little bit. And he goes, I don't know. I just wish that he would have told us about this Malta thing. I mean, that's strange. I mean, Pavel said that the glog would teach us ancient secrets, that we would keep it here in the cage forever, and then we would learn the secrets, and then just like the Goat Path promised, the book says we get this, and then we get secrets, and so, but then we were supposed to, he just took it away. Like, we were supposed to get enlightenment and immortality and learn everything from it, but the thing didn't even talk. I don't know. This idea that you just out of nowhere, he says we had to take it back to his master in Malta. I don't like it. And he goes, you're thinking too much. Yes, we had to load it into the van and drive it, but it's okay. He said he's going to come back for us with new revelations. He's going to go talk to his master, deliver the glog to the master, get new revelations of magic, and then he'll come back and he'll tell us. Look, what could you do if he taught you the spell to make people give you money out of nowhere? You'd be rich, we'd be rich. Come on, this will be amazing. He wouldn't abandon us. Drink up, my friend. And Emil just seems a little sullen about the whole thing. He takes a swig of his bottle of champagne. I like cats. And there was, hits him on the shoulder. You're supposed to revel in cruelty and sin. That's how you get everlasting life. You can't like cats. You're not supposed to feel bad about it. Maybe it's your fault he left. You felt too sensitive. Anyway, it's your fault that the glog got free in the first place. We had to go all across the city all night to find that thing. It's your fault because you didn't defeat that, whatever that was. That other strange creature, man. I don't know. And they sort of sit there. They keep drinking. And the other one, who's not Emil, goes, let's do a drinking game. Shots of champagne. Shots. And so they start doing this, like, drinking game. And they're already a little bit drunk. And I start singing Home Sweet Home. And Emil's like, I just wanted to keep the devil and learn the secrets. And you can see them beginning to nod off. Nod off. And then Emil goes, I didn't want to take the devil to the airport and drop it off. I wanted to keep it for myself. There's so much power in it. Forget to talk. I'm on my way. And like he sort of passes over, and the other one passes out, and these two cultists pass out, waiting for their cult leader to bring the devil back. I mean, flying it to Malta, smuggling it to Malta, I'm sure Pavel will just bring it back. And as these two fellows pass out, you're left there in this safe house with them. These fellows who spent all night trying to find this thing again, capturing it, and then all of a sudden learning that, had to go to Malta. And
when the one passes out that's not Emil, he will finally come out of the shadows, and he will bind him quickly.
The not Emil? He's real drunk. He doesn't really notice it.
Right. And then he takes Emil and literally pulls him up by like the shirt and takes him upstairs.
Do you just like fireman's carry him?
No, he's gonna like basically drag him up the stairs. He's not gonna give him any type of leverage. He's not gonna let him get close to him. He's gonna just pull him up the stairs.
Yep. And Emil just sort of like, what?
When does the plane leave?
Libor, what? What?
With the devil.
And he opens his eyes and he sees you, and he tries to scutter away. Right? Like, just tries to scutter away, but he can't. Also, he's very drunk.
And this is super intimidation. This is, you saw the devil that was supposed to be in the cage. You wish it was there and you were in the cage with it, as opposed to being with me.
Yeah. And he just sort of, he like flails about to try to get something, to find something. But
when does the plane leave, or I begin shooting things?
And you have to know he has no leverage, and he has nothing because in this abandoned house, right? There's like nothing for him to grab. And he goes,
when did the plane leave?
It's leaving now already. I think it's
What time was it supposed to leave?
I don't know, 15, 20, half hour. Pavel's, we just got back from the airport.
Do you have a car?
Me? You can't take my car. It's mine. No, I don't have a car.
He puts his gun against something that Emil really, really likes.
And he goes, and he just like reaches in and he pulls out a set of keys with blue fuzzy dice, like little blue fuzzy dice attached to it. And he just hands these keys over to you.
Where?
It's in the alley.
No, we're at the airport.
Oh, sorry. I don't know. It's in the customs forms. I just...
I have those, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's going to drag Emil out with him as he wraps cord around him, getting him bound behind him, and is literally going to throw him in the passenger seat backwards. So he's face up on the headrest as he sits him there, and he is immediately going to go to Robin.
Keep the plane off the ground if you can.
So you know, this car's crappy. It's not a good car. It's a bad car. I mean, it's like an American car from the 70s, so that's cool, but it is also rusted. And not great.
So it's more like Dodge Dart than Dodge Charger.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is. And you begin heading towards the airport, and Robin comes back and says, the plane has already left. It was It left an hour ago.
Okay. He's going to collect his things and
it was the taking time.
Yeah.
But you know where it's headed.
Yeah, but it was either that or Helen would have been. Okay, so he is going to not release Emil, but, you know, leave him in his car. And he's going to look at him and he's going to say, pray that Pavel never comes back.
When he comes back, we will have everlasting life. And we'll have magic. And I'll be able to vanquish you with my mind.
He puts his gun against his head.
No. And he begins to chant. He begins to chant. Omni caro gestapo. And this is, from what you can tell,
from the goat path.
It looks to you like a little bit of a nonsensical mix of ancient Greek, Latin, and like Italian, maybe some Latvian, some Slavic language. It seems to be like it's completely meaningless. It looks like some of it was in the goat path. It seems like he's you can't even guess what this spell is supposed to do because it is not a spell at all. Like at all.
You know, I don't have a lot of time. You and your friend are loose ends. You know what occurred here. You know what Pavel's done. You know where he's gone. If you make it 48 hours, I'd be surprised. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give you a chance because you said you like cats.
My spell worked. Yes.
Emil, I'm going to cut you now.
What?
You are going to bleed in your car.
It's not how the spell's supposed to work.
You are going to leave your car. You are going to leave this city. And you're never going to come back here again.
Or you'll kill me.
No, someone else will.
But
because you're a loose end. Or you can ignore me. And when you are staring at the quivering hilt of a blade that's been jammed into your chest, you'll think to yourself, I really should have listened to him.
Okay. But what about my friend?
Fuck him.
Oh, okay. But we're going to get everlasting power.
No, you're not. People that have that power don't share. In fact, he might already be dead down there.
Oh, okay.
I'm leaving this up to you.
Okay. He flinches when you make that gesture. He flinches.
He pulls out the blade.
What is that?
And he draws it along his forearm.
Oh.
And takes it and basically twists it to get the blood to just lay out all over the dash and all over everything. And then he cuts him loose.
Up to you, Emil.
Can I take my car?
No. They need to find your car and your blood in it. Okay. And they'll think I got you.
Okay, but I'm bleeding right now. It hurts.
Yeah. Is it better than dying?
No. Do you have a bandage?
No.
Oh. Okay, but it hurts though.
There is like legitimately like a first aid pack on his tack vest. No.
Okay. Do you have whiskey?
Emil, I've done enough.
Okay. So I should just get out here?
Run.
Okay. And he gets out and he starts to run and he stumbles because he's still pretty drunk.
What he basically gets out with him and kind of leans his hands on the top of the roof of the shitty car, and he says,
Emil, your spell did work. You don't have everlasting life, but if you do what I say, you might have a little life left.
No, my spell was to control you with my mind. So you wouldn't.
Well, that one didn't work. But I haven't shot you.
So it did work?
No.
I'm also bleeding a lot.
Save yourself. And then he walks off.
These were Levi's blue jeans. As he sort of starts heading off, and he starts to run, but then he just like starts walking as you see him walking off, and you are like halfway to the airport, like probably by a ditch of the road.
He writes on the, he scans in the manifest, tears off a corner of it, and writes, "I'm here," and puts it on the upholstered horn area, and jams a piece of whatever he can find to kind of nail it in place. Maybe just breaks off one of the struts of the ashtray and just jams it in.
Yeah, and from what you can tell, it looks to you like they had to basically re-find the glog, and sometime in the late afternoon,
rebind it, and
they rebound it, and they've sent it off to a church in Malta.
Yes, Saint Sylvester's.
Yes, a small town right outside of the capital. To a father.
What time is it?
Ooh, right at this point in time, it's probably kind of late, like, because you were waiting already, right? So you're probably at like 2 or 3 in the morning.
Okay, when's dawn?
Oh, dawn's about like it's autumn, so I imagine you've got a nice dawn at like 6 in the morning.
Okay, he wants to go into Musil and Sons at about 5:15.
5:15 in the morning.
5:20, 5:30, when the darkest before, if you would.
Sure. Okay, that makes sense to me. Like, I don't know why you wouldn't do that. You
cue up something.
Head over towards that building, yes?
Yep. Let's cue up a little voodoo by Godsmack.
So, it's easy to find their address. They're in the phone book. Lots of things are in the phone book, actually. And this building, Musil and Sons, is an old building. I would say it's probably 1820s, probably around then. And it looks like this is the building that they first started their business in, and they have been in this building the entire time. And it is an 18th century townhouse. Small, it's not very big. Nice, well kept up. And it is halfway down this very narrow street, because it's in a slightly older neighborhood in Prague, so the streets are kind of narrow, cobblestone. And on one side of this building, there's an antiques dealer, and on the other side, there's a legal firm. So it's kind of a slightly commercial area, and it's quiet as the grave.
Is there a building that's higher than Musil and Sons? Is it like the pawn shop or the antique dealer? Is it higher?
Yes. The above the higher floor seems to be like an apartment. So it seems like if the only people who'd be around probably would be living in the apartment in that above the antique shop.
Okay. Using said grapple that he had before, is there a way to get to the top of the antique shop and then get to the roof across the way of his objective of Musil and Sons?
Here's my question. Are you wanting to infiltrate, or are you wanting to surveil?
Infiltrate. I have limited time.
In which case, I'm going to need an infiltration roll. Before you roll anything, your advance is a 7. Stunts are possible, of course. And you can get a bonus if you push electronic surveillance, which would come from Robin. That would need a push, though.
Okay, so this is a regular
+2.
A bonus of +2 for a push.
Mm-hmm.
The regular infiltration roll,
Mm-hmm.
it's an advance of 7.
Mm-hmm.
If I stunt with athletics to do it quickly and
Mm-hmm.
quietly,
Mm-hmm.
just using
Yes.
the trained reflexes
Yes,
that
absolutely.
he has, does that enable me,
Extra
since
die.
this isn't a quick test, yeah, it would give me an extra die, but if I get more than a 7, can I get a push back
Mm-hmm.
or potentially an edge?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Let's do that then. I will stunt athletics, which would reduce that to 1.
Well, no. So if you stunt athletics, right, you get 3 dice, and now I will. If you want, you can not spend the push on the electronic surveillance yet. You can decide if you want to do that later.
It's a +2, right?
Mm-hmm. Not dice, but just a +2 to the roll. But you can
Just a +2, right?
You can wait if you like.
Okay, let's wait with the electronic surveillance. Then I'll keep the push,
Mm-hmm.
and that's 3 dice.
Mm-hmm. You need a 7 to advance, and you might want that for reasons.
All right.
3 is your first die. 1 is your second die. That puts you at a 4.
4.
1.
Son of a bitch.
That is a 5.
Am I allowed to do the electronic surveillance?
Yes, you may. It's just been the push, though.
Yep, I'll have to do that to get me at 7.
I need
Bound
you
to
to
happen.
describe to me how you get in.
Well, I was going to describe to you how he fudged it, but with this is going to be a very smooth, very fast is too slow a word. He would fire off that same grapple
Mhm.
that would immediately create this taut line between the antique shop and the top of Musil and Sons. And before it's even been, you would think that before it's even been secured and housed on each end, he's already halfway across the street. And he's got a hook harness that comes from his tack vest as he's underneath it, quickly going hand over hand silently
And there's
as
a roof
the
access
wheels.
up there on the roof. So you can get in through the roof.
He checks to make sure there's not any type of like trip line or anything like that.
That's luckily for you, you advance. There is very high-tech security.
Luckily,
in
I
this
have Robin.
building. Tell me about how you get through it.
Am I allowed to use Robin as part of this?
Absolutely. Because Robin helped you get in there.
Right. So with Robin's electronic surveillance, I'm going to have them basically all the triggers along the top of the roof access. It's going to cycle in a second. So he's creating a second in time. I love creating seconds. Creating a second in time that just plays over and over and over and over again where the roof access was closed.
Yes.
And so it lives in that moment. 5:21 in the morning and 34 seconds.
Yep.
The clocks continue to run, but as far as it's concerned, it's 5:21 and 34 seconds.
And you slip inside this building, yes? When you slip inside this office, the inside of this office, this building is full of paper. Like folders and folders and folders all over. We have to keep our scary music, our tense music, for reasons, which has to do with your advance. Unfortunately, it's good that you got it, but it's just like stacks and stacks of files, right? And the entire opening is like this really nice wooden beams, sort of exposed wooden beams, old because it's in a very old building. And if you notice, it takes you a little bit to notice there are computers here, but they're kind of hidden away, not because they don't want you to find them, but because it ruins the aesthetic of a 18th century building, right? Like this is at that kind of a place. And as you sort of go through this place, would you like the good news or the bad news first?
Let's take that bad news.
Are you sure?
Oh, I love bad news.
Okay. So, the bad news is that you find something in addition to the paperwork that you're looking for. You do find the paperwork, that's the good news.
Awesome.
You find letters.
Is this the stuff that Helen will be looking for?
Yeah.
As far as it links them to the...
Yeah, it seems like there's some... they're getting money from various clients that have quite a lot of money. Most of them seem to be not a very long list of names. Huge amounts of money being sort of shifted from account to account. Things being sort of dropped off. A little note saying, 20,000 to Pavel, right? And like the address of that place you were at. And let me give you an edge. I'm going to give you an edge as a present because you found, we'll call these the Maltese papers is what you found. Let me get this for you. You might like them. And I believe actually also I might have one other thing for you. I mean, I have another thing which you're not going to want, but you get the Maltese papers if you would.
Robin, quickly access a Maltese Falcon pun.
Mm-hmm. Would you read this?
Well, I don't want to, but I will. Edge, the Maltese papers. Clue. Musil and Sons are channeling money to the Church of Saint Sylvester in Malta.
Weird that, but also you find this.
Edge, the client list. Continuity. You've got a cache of documents related to the financial operations of the conspiracy.
It seems to you that thing that you were worried about seems to be a bit more disconcerting to you. That there's evidence that they have been funneling money to government officials in multiple countries. It does not seem as if there might be a vampire or two. It seems to you as if perhaps these vampires, if these people work for them, Musil and Sons, seem to have influence far beyond anything you could have imagined. There's money going to the CIA, to people who work for MI6, to government officials in multiple countries, to senators, to judges, to chiefs of police. There's a lot of money going to a lot of people that maybe might make you a little concerned. To airport security chiefs, to a lot of people.
As he's like does the speed flip through all this, having Robin scan everything, but then he also puts the physical file, under his tack vest.
Oh, and then of course also organized crime. Organized crime. There's a lot of that as well. But guess what?
The bad news.
Would you like the bad news?
I crave the bad news.
That is not the only thing that you found. If you had not advanced, that would be the only thing you found. But Robin pings you. Archangel.
Is Robin?
There's a signal. And like a little sweep. There's a signal. This way, closer, closer, closer. And taped underneath the desk to note, it's taped. If you are Oliver and you're sitting at your desk with all these papers everywhere, it is not taped under where you would be. It's taped under where somebody who was sitting on the other side could have put it, right? So that a person who was visiting Oliver could have taped this thing underneath the desk.
Is this thing ticking or counting down?
No, but it is a bomb. It is a cheap mobile phone. Well, it's a sort of a incendiary bomb that is wired to a cheap mobile phone, ready to be detonated with a text message to that mobile number. It probably also has anti-tamper mechanisms. It looks to you, because you have some skills in these things. It is not an immediate danger. It's also not a huge explosion. It looks to you like an incendiary device which will set a fire to this place. This place will go up like tinder. It is placed in such a way that if it goes off, everything in here will go up. This entire building will burn down. It just needs to get a phone call, and then that will happen. As you look at it, it looks homemade. Do you have tradecraft?
I do.
It looks homemade. It's made to look like it's sort of shoddy, but there are the telltale signs of expert work. Whoever did this is not some kind of like flunky, and they definitely have some kind of anti-tampering mechanism on it. However, you could just walk away and leave this bomb here, and won't bother you any. I will note that whoever did this was a professional. You would guess they came in as a guest, or like they came in under some kind of pretense, or somehow placed it here and left. It's not on a timer. It's just by a call. If it went off when people were here, all those people would die. Absolutely would all die. There's no way they could get out of this building quickly if this thing goes off. It looks like it would take everything in this place with it when it goes, and it would look like a fire. So there'd be some kind of plausible deniability. It looks like it's done such a way that it would look like there was a fire, right? It probably would not cause a huge amount of suspicion, right? In the end, the phone itself looks like it probably would be. You probably wouldn't find it. You probably would be fine. It does not look like, in your sense, that it was made for you. Because if it were made for you, it wouldn't be like this, right? This is clearly meant to sort of set all of this paperwork and whoever's inside on fire. And there's nobody here now except for you.
The make and model of the phone, is it something that he would recognize?
It's a good question. That would be a push.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you a question. You'd actually, from here, keep that push. I'll give it back to you. You wouldn't need to get the phone in order to sort of basically sort of look inside of it, is what you would need to do. So the question becomes, what do you want to do about that? Because you have a bit of a situation. Do you want to leave the phone here, the bomb? Do you want to try to disassemble it?
Okay, so all he needs is this. If this was a bomb that was set off to be activated, like you said, by a text message into the phone that was placed in there, this is something that would have had some type of trial run. Meaning, They're not going to set off a bomb, but they would have tested the mechanism that would detonate the bomb. Otherwise, they are poor demolitionists. Robin, can you get me the number that text this phone for that test? There would have to be a recently called log in this phone of at least and probably only one number.
You would need to actually get the phone, and to do that, you need to dismantle this bomb.
What would that be?
Mechanics.
Fuck it, let's do it.
I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Is your mechanics depleted?
Cover and athletics is depleted.
Okay. You have not used mechanics yet?
I don't believe so. Not where it would be depleted, have I?
Have you? Have you used mechanics? Because I wondered if you did. You did. Did you not? You did. I believe you did.
Did I roll to bug her phone?
I believe you did.
Okay.
So, you're at 1. The only candidates uses Robin's. No, Robin doesn't do it. Robin gives a bonus to our protagonist.
Okay, it was done. Then I'm going to respect and honor that.
You could spin a push to get Robin's mechanics back, but then you'd be at 3 dice rather than 4.
Let's do it.
And then you would lose one more, so you'd be out of your mechanics after that.
That's fine.
You
but I'll have 3 dice to roll. Yeah.
Spend your last push. Okay. Let me get that. I don't know what that's doing there. Let me. I've got to pull this. Here, let me pull this out for you. There you go. So you have.
I spent the one that I took back. If you saw that.
Yes, and then I just got that for you. So before you do anything, I should let you know there are no optional problems to take.
Okay.
You need a 9 to advance.
Okay.
You have 3 dice.
Yes.
Do you want to stunt at all?
Yes.
Using what?
The stunt for this one, I was gonna say tradecraft, but I want to do something snazzier. It
has to be a general ability.
Okay, then good. That's what I was thinking of. I have it as filch on this thing, but I think it's sleight of hand or whatever it is.
It's filch.
Is it?
Yep.
Okay, that's what he wants to use here. So basically what he's doing to add to this is if this goes awry, he wants to get this sumbitch as far away from him as quickly as if he thinks, no, that wasn't right. He wants it gone and away from him. So
that's 4 dice then.
Let's do this.
All right.
Let's do this.
Roll your first die. 5. Describe this part. 8.
Okay, sorry. So he would immediately see the lead wire.
Yes.
And as he would see that, it would make a lot more sense to him. And this is what they always say, like in the Hurt Locker.
Yeah.
Like whenever you get that first casing off, you're either fucked or you know exactly what you're doing. And so he makes that move to crack open the casing and thinks, am I going to blow up? No, I'm not. There it is. And there's that moment. It's the one thing that's going through Archangel's mind though, is it's not a matter of self-preservation. It's almost curiosity. Like, I wonder if I'm going to blow up. No, not yet. As he looks it up and his heartbeat would still be like 70 as he's,
you have 2 dice left.
With that second roll, he would, not necessarily stumble in what he was doing, and he'd still be confident of what he was looking for. But his mind might drift a little bit. Instead of like completing the task right away, his mind might drift to the point where he was like, does this seem familiar? Is this something that I've experienced before? Is this the handiwork of anybody that I would have noticed at any point in time? And that's probably what...
Yeah. Sort of the kind of work that you would have done before, actually.
Right. And he rolls the last dice whenever it all comes together.
4. That gives you a 12, and you have 1 dice left, which means you do have this. You get a push. I will note that. That push is yours. Tell me how you rewire this phone to separate it from the explosive from the detonator.
He doesn't think that he understands it at first until he realizes that this is hardwire and wet work that he would have done. Mm-hmm. And then it's too easy as he follows it and realizes this could be his.
Mm-hmm. Why don't I give you the edge, the bomber's phone?
The bomber's phone. You've got the phone used to activate the incendiary device. When the bomber calls to detonate it, you'll be able to trace the call.
Yes, you will. So, this place, you know, this was meant to destroy this place.
They're covering all their loose ends.
Mm-hmm. When you said that those 2 cultists would probably be killed because they were loose ends, you were not wrong. You're certain of it. This place, Muslim Sons, looking at that client list, there is something going on that is much bigger than you ever thought. And yes, it's connected to Malta, but that is not the only place that it's connected to. It's connected to quite a few places. There's some kind of larger conspiracy going on, and I don't know how to tell you this, but these creatures seem to have influence all over the world.
He is going to use Robin to take scans of as much of this as he can. Mm-hmm. He thinks he's got maybe 15, 20 minutes. Mm-hmm. So everything that's closest to Oliver's desk, he is going to scan everything. And he is going to, once the device is dismantled, he is going to put the inert explosive on Oliver's chair. And he is going to write, "They were going to burn you."
You will note this. It does not seem to you, looking at this paperwork, you might have to take it to somebody who has accounting to really, you probably would have to take some of this stuff to an accounting person to really be able to dig into it. But it does not look to you as if Muslim Sons knows a lot, right? It looks like they get anonymous money that is then sent out to people, right? They're told to send money here, they send it there. To this church, they send it there. But it seems to you like whoever the secret masters are still fairly hidden from the various pieces. You know what I mean? If you're really good...
And money laundering, they would be called the hampers.
Yep.
They just take the laundry. Yep. They don't know where it came from.
Yeah. You can still get good intel that might lead you somewhere else. Somewhere else. But these numbers swim at your mind. They make you wonder. But someone is trying to cover tracks.
He's going to have Robin basically ready to trace this phone when the call comes in, and he's going to head back to Helen,
who is asleep because, you know, it's still really early, for heaven's sakes.
It's just late.
She kind of like, you know, wakes up with a start.
He taps the window, yeah.
And she's wearing like flannel pajamas that are not old, but they're kind of fancy flannel pajamas. You know when you buy flannel pajamas that are supposed to look like they're old because you're kind of hip, you know what I mean? But you got them from a department store.
They're rock washed, right? Yeah.
Yeah. She comes to the window and she peers and she sees you. And then here's that moment where she realizes you can see it in her face. Oh, I should have got the gun, right? But like she'd forgotten it. So then she opens the window. She goes, Mr. Gabriel, are you here for breakfast? I have granola and orange juice if you want it.
Oh, I've got better than that. May I come in?
Yes, of course, you're invited in.
He just shakes his head and comes in.
And she seems confused as to what that's about.
He comes over and immediately has Robin download everything that he had scanned to her tablet.
And she's like looking at things, like, what is this?
Everything from Musso and Sons. It ties him into the money laundering. You were right. It's all going to Malta. It's going many other places. Have a seat.
All right. And she sits down.
Do you see where it's going?
Well,
and he points to that's the chief of police in Chicago.
What?
Points that it's a U.S. senator from Utah.
That doesn't make sense. I mean, why would money launderers from I'm guessing the Russian mafia, or why would they be paying off the chief of police in Chicago? That doesn't make any sense.
Helen, this is a story that needs to go away. Not to be told. But if you try to tell it, you'll die.
If there's something
and your story will not go out.
No, but if there's something going on, I have to reveal the truth. I have to follow the thread.
They'll never let you.
Of course they will. They can't stop the press.
Sure they can.
By the way,
they are the press. And he points to what I'm sure is a connection at the London Times.
Yes. As a matter of fact, indeed, money has gone to the London Times. And she sees it. I don't understand.
They're using you to stop me. Or maybe they're using me to stop you. We're canceling each other out.
Listen, I know the name of this church. I've heard it before in my investigations. Side bit. The Church of St. Sylvester. I was in my work with human trafficking. I've been, there's a refugee crisis. People crossing the Mediterranean to safety, and a number of places have been taking refugees, including Malta. They have a number of refugee camps, and part of my work has shown me that there's been alerts, disappearances in these refugee camps. Refugees have gone missing, and there had been some rumor that the Church of St. Sylvester was involved somehow, that the refugees had been seen going to the church or had been ministered to by the church, and no direct connection I could make. The police reports are... And then she kind of just notes again, she kind of looks at the name of the chief of police of Chicago. They said there was nothing to be found.
Helen, are you going to stop?
I can't stop. I have to find the truth. I have to find the truth. Wait. I'm trying to remember. I heard something else, but I can't remember it. It's like it's being blocked from my mind. I have such a good memory. Where did I put it? There was the refugee camps. The refugee camps are about human trafficking, and we have to stop human traffickers. We have to...
We have to go to Malta.
Malta. There's something in Malta. Something...
They know we're coming.
It's a castle.
And that would stop Archangel, because that is the castle from his dreams, I'm assuming.
There's a castle. Why can't I remember it? I did
I
research.
can.
I wish my friend were here.
Who's your friend?
Oh. Old school chum, we would talk about everything. She went missing. She was kidnapped. We suspect traffickers took her. She always...
What's her name?
Oh, I probably wouldn't remember her. She went missing a few years ago. So, why I became a reporter. Remember I told you she was about... Our good Helen's about 25 or so, so I would probably put her like when she was an undergrad. She's I always thought she'd be safe. You know, she's very good security and all that.
Ambassador's daughter?
Yes, yes. She was.
He takes his rucksack and puts it up against the wall and lays down and uses it as a pillow. We'll leave in a few hours.
Why can't I remember what it was? A castle. It's like my memory has been washed away. The human trafficking is about the camps, the refugee camps. And she holds her hands to her head, and she's like, I wish I could remember.
Can I make her remember?
I don't know, can you?
Yeah.
What might you do?
I'm going out on a limb here.
Mm.
He's going to compel her to remember.
How would you do that?
Very nicely.
Say more.
He would speak words like Emil was trying to use. But where Emil's lacked power, not in the construction or the syntax, Archangels would have power not because of what was said, but because he said them.
You have one last push. You'll need to spend it. It will be a cult?
Or vampirology.
Mm-hmm. There is rumor. Perhaps if you spend that push.
Oh, yeah.
There was rumor maybe of a special alchemical potion that could protect you. You don't know it, but rose water is probably one of the ingredients. If you could get rose water, here in Prague you can, that might help. That could help do it. You could encircle her in rose water. Like a circle, put her inside. It might help just enough. Because it's not directly here. It could be just enough. Oh. Oh. I think he went blank. He lost his camera. And I can't hear him. He might be kidnapped. He's become a test pattern. I know. I did. I banished him. Because right at this moment. At this moment. Where's my 31? He's probably fixing it, and I'm just gonna check my message. Okay. I will note that this would be this is, look, by the way, what's happening right now is what happens when you have too high of a shadow score. The supernatural does not want you finding out its secrets, is all I'm saying. You notice this happens right at that moment, right at the moment when he was about to go and do a thing. And this is what you get. By the way, since he's... Oh, I just lost him. Give me a second, everybody. I actually... You know what I didn't do? I did not prepare. I should do this in the future. By the way, oh, here we go. Yeah, hey. I didn't do this right now, but now I've just reminded myself that I should prepare a one camera setup in case this happens in the future. But hold on a second. I don't know if he can hear me, but I'm going to say this. We'll wait for you. Okay. So, let me dip down so you can see me. So normally, by the way, I sort of make multiple scenes, so in case this happens, I can just press a button and zoop over to one fewer people. But I didn't do it for this one, which was my mistake. Clearly, that was my error. But we'll get him back because this is like we're right about to end the stream in this moment, and I feel like he needs to know what she has to say. So I'm just gonna wait for him to get here before we get to this moment. Oh, yes! While we're waiting for Grimjack to come back, Rissa, our lovely mod, has given me a great idea. We're going to do our giveaway. We're going to do our giveaway while we're in this moment. So make sure you say something in chat, and then I can do this giveaway code, which will be $10 off Night's Black Agents Solo Op. So you can get this book, by the way, which is here. This book is amazing. It's really, really good. It has all the rules you need to play, as well as, so it has sort of information for the player. It has then all the information, like its basic rules. It talks about, and this is very, very cool, how to customize your vampires so that vampires can have different mythologies and how to create those different mythologies so that you can have ones that are customized to your world. And it's got lots of information about like spy games in Europe, how to improvise your own, how to improvise challenges, how to improvise your edges, and like basically it gives you a whole way to also just sort of like really good gym advice. And it comes with 3 adventures in the book as well. So all of that is in here, and it's really good. And we're going to do this giveaway. Make sure you're talking after I get this reveal. Would you do for me a preparedness test? Dearest and most awesome Grimjack.
So sorry about that. Everything completely crashed.
This is what happens when you rely on Robin too much, and also when your shadow scores 3.
I guess it was terrible. Okay, what do I need to roll? Preparedness?
Preparedness is a quick test.
Okay, so just 2 dice or
2 dice. 7.
Okay, do I
6. 3 for a 9. You have in your pack, because I assume that you worry about vampires and whatnot, you have a bottle of rose water, which is often used as like a spice, right? Like for flavoring. You have a vial of rose water. In and of itself, it's not whatever this mystical potion is you've heard about, rumor, but it may be enough to get her to be able to remember.
He would do that. He would encircle her. He would, even go so far as to take a bit and, like he has seen in the churches of his youth, form a cross on her forehead, not because of any symbolism, but more so applying it to what needs to be unblocked.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And she doesn't quite know why you're doing it, and she seems frustrated and confused that she can't remember, that she can only remember these refugee camps. And as you place this rose water on her temples, she begins to think. She says, yes, a castle. It's rocky, sun-baked hills. There's a goat path. Yes, and the goat path leads to this abandoned castle. Yes, it's an abandoned castle. And I remember I stumbled upon it accidentally. It wasn't given to me by anyone, I don't think. And I followed up on it because I'd heard something about Malta, and the castle is abandoned, is what everyone said. It's empty. It's on the west coast of Rabat, which is in Malta, and I found it because there had been stories about kidnappings and disappearances and other mysterious goings-on connected to the castle, or around the castle. But what was strange is that when I studied the castle, these rumors were not new. They'd gone back more than a century. So I thought it was some sort of folk tale. I think. It was on a cliff, this castle overlooking the Mediterranean, and I've never been there. I'd wanted to go. But it belonged to an old nobleman from some time earlier. Long since dead, of course. What was his name?
Sakura?
No. Ciro Cafone. Cafone.
Ciro.
Yes, it's long since dead. From the...
No.
Certainly, he was born in the 1820s. It's been 200 years since he was born. He's long since dead, this man. His castle abandoned. Yes, but that's right. It's just strange. It's strange that somehow I couldn't remember it until this moment.
You're not going to stop, right?
No, I can't stop. There's a thread. It has to be followed.
Then we have to go to Malta.
I should call O'Rourke.
Why?
To ask him what he knows. He's always been helpful.
No, he hasn't.
He has. He's my friend. He's my informant.
He's not.
You know what? I don't feel like he's my friend in this moment. How strange. What did you do to me?
Nothing. I undid something.
You said we'd go to Malta.
If you won't stop.
They took my friend.
The ambassador's daughter.
Yes.
Then let's get her.
All right.
Finally.
Yes, let's. All right. Oh, you should probably sleep.
Yeah.
I'll watch over you.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I once saw O'Rourke with someone. Meeting with someone. I thought I should look into him to see if he was on the up and up. And he was indeed an informant for the CIA, so his sources were good. But I saw him with a man and a woman once. They didn't know I was watching. Do you think that's important?
What did they look like?
One fellow, he was tall and lanky, but over 6 foot, sort of stooped a bit. Long, thin blonde hair. He was young, handsome, very, very sort of clear skin.
Clean.
Yes, very clean. And a woman, older, very wealthy, this woman. And she seemed to understand power. He met with them after he met with me. He left me and I followed a bit. They spoke a bit, those two, or three of them. And then they left him again. What do you think? Do you think that's important?
Yeah.
Well, I suppose we'll have to go to Malta.
Finish the game.
Yes. Yes. Gabriel,
Yeah, Doc.
I don't think what you're looking for will be in Malta. No, that's not right. I didn't say that right. Pardon me. I don't think what I'm looking for is in Malta.
What are you looking for, Doc?
I don't know. Something important.
You following a thread, Doc?
Yes.
What's your thread, Doc? It's me.
No. I think it's me.
Isn't that the same thing?
Maybe. Quinton.
Doc.
I think it's fine to go to Malta. I don't think you'll find anything I don't want to see there. Quinton, I can't wake up.
No one can.
And that's where we're going to end it. That's where we're gonna end it. As our protagonists make a plan to go to Malta for a vacation where everything will be fine. And by everything will be fine, I mean nothing will be fine. So now we're gonna do our giveaway while Grimjack composes himself and processes that, because look, I'm telling you, it was the vampire conspiracy that cut him off. Vampire conspiracy. Lysander Salamander, I want to say congratulations. You will be getting our discount code. You have to use it by the end of December, I believe. I believe that is the case. And let me I'm going to whisper you so that you can get it, and I'm going to send it to you. Whisper. Oh my goodness. So you have to go to Pelgrane Press's website, and that is where you'll be able to use the code that will get it to you. And I'm sending it to you right now as we speak. I'm whispering it to you. Congratulations, and I want to thank Pelgrane Press for giving us that code so that I can pass it on to you. So, Greg, could you, if you don't mind, say who you are, where we can find you, and next week we will not be here because I'll be in the woods without the internet, but the Friday after we will close up this adventure. I suspected this be a three-parter. So would you tell me who you are, where we can find you, and then tell me what is going on in the Archangel's mind at this moment, having realized that this is not like a vampire or two. It is something much bigger than that.
Grimjack 21502, Greg, played a little Quinton Archangel Gabriel. And as strange, bizarre, and absurd as it sounds, I think that Archangel is relieved that the thread goes on and on and on. And in this moment, he is at peace. He has someone to watch over him as he sleeps. And the world is as topsy-turvy as he needs it to be.
Sorry, I'm just really excited. Oh. You know, you've got quite a few bits of things that you have. We should probably do this. Yes?
I got rid of the problem. I got rid of baggage. I know that.
You did. You have gotten rid of baggage. This problem goes away.
I also got rid of troublesome reporter, right?
Yes, you have. You also get rid of troublesome reporter. Both of those problems have gone away. You no longer have to worry about them because
I got plenty else to worry about.
You might have other things to worry about. That is also true. Probably I'm going to tell you this to upset you because I really enjoy doing that. I think next session I'm going to give you one more present. And that present is going to be one more contact.
That is a present.
Yeah, it is.
everybody, this system's amazing. Jump into it. It's a great, there's 1,000 vampire stories out there. But when you find a good one, boy, oh boy, grab hold of it. And this is a good one. Oh. And it doesn't hurt that you've got somebody manning the world that with Trooper behind the wheel of the good ship vampire pop. This is great. And I love the AI gestalt that is Robin.
Robin is amazing, right?
That's everybody in chat. I feel like I'm playing with 20 other people, and I love it so much. You all are absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for your involvement, passion, help. It's been just amazing. It makes me, I'm at peace. If Gabriel is at peace, Greg Grimjack, I'm also at peace as a player.
I have to tell you something that Robin said that I don't think you saw.
I didn't see anything that Robin says unless you show it.
Well, no, because it was in a DM. That's why you didn't see it.
Oh, then I didn't see it.
I know you didn't see it because it was a DM, but I should tell you what it was. Robin had a thought a few days ago. Robin, in the form of Time of Gifts, said, that kind of, when you describe the book as being a bunch of different pieces of books cobbled together, that's often how people put books together in the 16th century and 17th century. They would take bits of pieces and cobble them together. And I was like, that is true. That is how people did things in the 16th century. Weird.
Oh, it's on. It's on in 2 weeks, everybody.
It is. So, my friends, what was your favorite moment?
You asking me?
Yes, please.
Oh, I loved everything with Helen, but my favorite moment, and I felt there was a palpable shift in that last conversation with the doc, where it was like Archangel became the person asking the questions, and I fucking love that. So, I loved it. I loved everything about it. I couldn't love it anymore. I have absolute blast. This is just the best. I get to be a vampire hunter with 20 of my best friends. It's fucking great, man. And with the amazing GM, I mean, what am I going to bitch about ever once I have this experience? So fucking hype.
Would you like something to think about?
Of course, sure.
You know what I might give you next session?
Another knife.
A contact. And you know who that contact might be? Your doc.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Although if I give you this, depends on what you find out when you go to Malta.
I can't wait. Literally can't wait.
Yeah. Sorry, I just know what's in Malta. And well, it may not be in, well, it might be in Malta, but where in Malta? It's a good question.
We got a million things that are going to happen. I may never get to Malta.
I hope you do.
It's going to be a hell of a ride, and I can't wait to have all my friends here walking side by side. It's going to be Robin and Archangel versus the world, and Helen's going to be there too, and maybe the doc, and the ambassador's daughter, and we may or may not all die at the end, but by God, we're going to have some fun. Let's do it.
Hey, I hope you don't find anything you don't want to know.
I hope I do.
Oh, yeah.
Are you kidding? That's why I signed up for this shit.
Look, that when I said I hope you don't find anything you don't want to know, what I meant to say is, guess what? There might be things you don't want to know in Malta, and I bet they're going to be bubbling around. I'm TrooperSJP, and I love GMing this. This is a very cool system. There's a lot of really cool things about it. I love the way in which you can stunt some of your abilities, but doing so lowers your skills. And I was like, ooh, can you dismantle that bomb? I don't know. Like, we'll see how it goes. I was very excited. And so good. You can find me, today's what? Friday, you can find me. I'm going to be doing a theater thing tomorrow, so I won't be streaming. But you'll find me next week on Wednesday at 8 p.m. over at Laugh Love Lindy's channel for Upon the Hexhamshire Moors. And then and Thursday I'll be doing hernias and hypothermia, also known as the Long Dark. But then I'm going to be camping. But when we come back, we will finish this adventure. And I don't feel like you should at all be worried. And thank you, Pelgrane Press, for such a cool game and for the discount code. And thank you, all of you all who have been here supporting us. And thank you for Willen, TW, for being our sponsor of the month. And I will see all of you in, soon, but for this adventure in 2 weeks' time. Thank you, everybody.